faith. Hear this and hear me where we are through the service. I just want to share this to those of you who are from Nigeria, and even if you're not a Nigerian. Isaiah chapter 5, verse 20. And after that, I say grace and go. Message is over. This is for Nigeria. It's a woe to them. Whoever is trying to take the statement I will take, make sure you quote the scripture. If you don't quote the scripture, don't take my statement. Even if you're a blogger, quote the scripture. It's a woe to them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. It's a woe to anyone who will see evil and they say this evil is what? Good. Anybody who calls evil good is a woe to you. God speaking. Not me. It's not David Biomia who says so. It's a woe to you that will look something and it's bad and say this bad thing is good. And then you say something good and say this good thing is bad. It's a woe to you. Nigeria has come of age where every Nigerian now must stand up to say evil must stop. The destiny of Nigeria must be taken by the Nigerians. We can't watch politicians mess up Nigeria. They've done it, and it has come to a point where they think that they have every authority to do what they like. No, the Nigeria is bigger than the politicians. We must stand up, as Nigeria says, politicians is enough. 1 or 2 persons cannot take Nigeria for a ride. The nation is bigger than the individuals. Why I say so is this. When people, anywhere in the world, enter with force without being voted, they don't respect the people anymore. But the man you vote will ever respect you because he knows you can anytime ask for him to answer. Till tomorrow, they challenge Trump in America. They challenge Biden in America till tomorrow because they voted them in. Nigerians now don't want to be voted, so they are not answerable to the people. An American president will be answerable to Americans because they voted him. They are careful when they are doing something because they know the people, they are answerable to them. But Nigeria is turning to be another thing, becoming a monster, where somebody will not be voted yet want to impose himself on people. It's high time the church, other religious bodies, I don't want to call other religious bodies, the judges, the military, the students, every Nigerian will say no to very few politicians. Enough is enough. We must not call evil good. If INEC chairman knows that he will not be able to conduct election, no point for 306 or 305 billion to be voted. There was no point. They would have used it for education. No point doing an election that will not have any effect. Yesterday, many people did not go to vote because they were disappointed. They were disappointed. Many people in Nigeria did not vote because the first one they voted, what is it? But Nigeria cannot remain like this. No. Everybody must react. Enough is enough. We can't keep quiet. Every Nigerian, students, lecturers, church, even every religion, say no, don't call evil good. Call evil evil. Whether you like it or not, people have failed in education, they failed in security, they failed in finance, the economy, they failed in your education. Everything they failed, we thought they would only succeed in election. Now they have also failed in election. So what is remaining? As bad as some rulers were, at least they have some things you can remember them for. But I tell you, after these people leave, they will not remember them for anything. Life is not people can praise you.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate you all. It's another wonderful day today. Today is 6 Thursday, April 2023. Thank you very much, my people. The best that you can do for me right now is to help us to share and like. It's going to be another wonderful broadcast today, although you can see the headline, right? Yeah, it's not what anybody can be happy about. But meanwhile, we have a guest today. We have a very, very important guest that will be joining us anytime soon. So let me quickly acknowledge people in the comment section before it gets...
In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen. To become a man is not a day job. To become a leader is not very easy. Everybody's ambition is to become a leader and to become a rich man. That is the struggle. So my son, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen.
You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lily of the body, you are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of Judah, you are the pillar. Chickadee, you are the pillar. Daddy, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of Judah,
You are the pillar that holds my life.
walking the way.
You are the pillar that holds my life.
Hey, yeah.
Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds
You
my
are,
life.
you are the
Master
pillar.
Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life.
I said, Jesus, unibu kalabati sinduwe. Nibu kalabati sinduwe. Ojo biemede, nibu kalabao. Nibu kwa kalabano. Nibu kwa kalabati sinduwe. Ojo biobi ko nibu kwa kalaba. Chikadide nibu kwa kalabao. Nibu kwa kalabati sinduwe.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. We are back now. I guess everybody can hear me. How you guys doing? I can see more people joining us right now. Unfortunately, the screen is full. I can see more people trying to join us. I don't know how it be now. Sometimes it's like this. The screen is already filled up already. Yes, I appreciate you all, my people. Thank you for your time with us. Remember, like I said before, when we finally have our guest, two things involved. Somebody, the last person on the screen will be removed, and two, for you to pass a question, you must turn on your camera. We first talked this one yesterday, so if you just know, so you know, go turn on your camera to pass a question today. It is better you just give way for those that is willing to come in and turn on their camera, because I think it will be more respectful, to turn on your camera due to the kind of person we're having here today. So meanwhile, I appreciate you all, my people. Let me quickly start accepting my people in here. Please, everybody stay mute. I'm going to mute you. I can see almost everybody's unmuted. Let me mute everybody so that the noise or distraction from the end will not come to the broadcast. Okay. All right. I'll start with yeah, it's already full already, not verse. I see more people are still trying. Don't relent, continue to try in case anything happen, because sometimes people they log out like that. You can see it's filled up already, so we only have 10 spots. Like I said, we don't select people to come in. We post out the link, and people just come in naturally. Yeah, but for now it's filled up. But like I said, continue to try. I wish I have the power for us to have more than 50. I would have been doing that. Some people have suggested we should be having Zoom. It's not easy. Having a normal broadcast like this with just 10 people, would they spend 6 hours? If not Zoom, maybe not 78 days would they spend for a year. You know, okay, let's start with what is currently going on right now, my people, which I'm not happy about. Let's face the reality. You can see that one right there. There's pressure on me to leave Nigeria, says Peter Obi. Last night, our principal, talk this one come out, so although everybody carried it today because it was last night. So there's pressure, like I've always said before, say on this platform, if you not remember, I don't know if I talk about this day before. One or two persons attacked me on air saying that, oh, Peter Obi not be our mates. Where would they talk say make it they careful of anything, know what they do, know this, know that, he be God. Listen, guys, as long as you're a human being, you still need advice. That's why you see, no matter how big you are, you will still get advisor. Go reach presidents, they get advisor. And two, every information is very, very important. It's not left for you to filter it. Listen, take the one we want to take and leave the rest. But when you put a roadblock in any kind of informations, those people trying to pass information to you, they might not have any reason to do that anymore because you've put a roadblock there. You've accused them of passing you information that you're not interested. I don't know how to put it. I guess everybody understands what I'm saying. No matter what, that's why we call it public forum. It's a public forum. If anybody come here and you want to talk, let them speak. Let them just talk. It's not left for you to take it, counter it, accept it, or deny it. Somebody saying, no, we don't need this information here. We don't need this information here. No, I don't live my life like that, please. I carried everybody along equally. I believe the way I was brought up, I believe that nobody is better than anybody. Till tomorrow, nobody can come to me now to say to me that you're better than me. And I cannot tell anybody that I'm better than anybody. Most of the things that we are seeing today, me, myself, don't feel talk. But I was attacked. I don't want to go in details. And some people have tried. They were also attacked. The one way it trigger me more is you're attacking us by saying that Peter Obi not be our mates. You know what they do. Why you not be human being? He's a human being. He's crying the same way you cry in your secret room. He cries. He wept the other day. He's a human being. In our secret places, we do cry, we mourn, we pass through a lot. But when we are coming to the public, we put on a mask, trying to tell people that we are fine. In most cases, we are not fine. That is the truth. Everybody pass through. As long as you breathe, you're a human being. What do you mean? It doesn't need our advice. You know what they do? He does the politics for so long. So what does that signify? If being in politics for so long doesn't make him God. Please. I believe, I might be wrong, I believe the only way to survive in life is to allow other people to talk freely. Just let them be. Let people be. Let people express themselves. It's not up to you to say, Oga CM, wait till you talk yours now, or Moye, or me, I not agree with you, but it's okay, let's move on. That's it. Rather than say, hey, stop there, don't talk. If you want to advise Nigeria Watch, he don't do this job for just like somebody saying that, no, don't advise Nigeria Watch, don't do this job for 2 million years. No, there are things you can see. Maybe me, myself, I never see them. Now make me tell all of now this platform all the time. So if you see things, when I quick draw my attention to, I don't assume say I know. I don't know everything. Now where my brain reach, now there they talk reach. So please look what is happening today. For Peter Obi to not say, oh, I'm under pressure to run away from Nigeria. You know what that means? He's not even revealing more. Because if he reveal more, especially the way I'm expressing it now or saying it now, he will be arrested in the next day. Because that's what these people want. They want to push him. They want to trigger him. They want to I don't know how to put it on, to push him to that extent for him to get annoyed and say something. Just imagine, or let's say it was Mr. Peter Obi that was talking the way Dati Ahmed was talking. You think these people will come and be saying, arrest Peter Obi? He will be arrested within 24 hours. They will not even send any warnings. That is the level of hate this satanic government have for him. He will be arrested immediately. It's even because he's dirty. Now they try to make a pass-through process. Arrest him, arrest him. For him to come out now to say, I'm under pressure. What is the meaning of pressure? What is the meaning of pressure? I'm under pressure to run away from Nigeria. I know say one of you now say, not to say run away. I'm under pressure to leave Nigeria. What do you mean? Everybody have a different way of interpreting a headline. You want me to come tell you, say, I'm under pressure to jackpot? Like some people, they talk, say people jackpot now. Some people really, they jackpot, but some people are escaping. So there's difference between jackpot, run, escape, or traveled, or migrate. Like I was watching one of the mainstream media the other day. Somebody was saying a lot of people are migrating out of Nigeria now because of the suffering. Oh, God, correction, not migration. There's a lot of difference between migration and escaping. People, they escape, they say migration. Why are you using those big words? You know, migration and when you are too comfortable. You want to move out of your country peacefully. Why the other government, the country you are going, they're already aware that you are coming. They will receive you. Either you got a visa, you got this, you got that. That's a different thing. If you, as they arrive, maybe work is already waiting for you, your house, everything. Those are part of migration. You are moving from Australia to UK to Nigeria, or whatever. Migration. Running away, escape. Now, I be saying you don't escape, reach where they go. Before you tell people for Nigeria, I get a house where I want to sell. Okay, where you there now? My brother, I did South Africa. See that my house where they Igwebe. I beg, I want to sell them. You know they come again. No, never. That one, I be escape. Jackba, escape. Migration, there's a lot of difference on it. So you coming here, sometimes people come here, you want to teach me my job, or you want to come here to stop everybody from their expression. It's not a good thing. Because the kind of people where we be, if we express ourselves how we go be, many of them go blame us. Many of them go say, oh, because then I channel. But if you are fair, say it how it is. This doesn't have anything to do with channel. If you don't share the same ideology with me, you can't work with me. That is it. I have a mission, destination, and I have a vision. I will not allow you to tarnish it. I don't discuss privately. Anything I discuss with you privately, if I know, say, if you reach public space, it will be problem for me, and I will be in trouble. I will not discuss it with you. You need to know my kind of person. I don't associate. I don't party. I don't belong to any club. I don't go nowhere. The only place you go see me now this screen. Yes, this is how I've been living my life for the past so many years. Before I go advise you, I'll let you know. I might not be right. But please, this is it. Let's do it this way. You're not, challenging somebody on air and all that. Look now. I asked the same question the other day. One or two persons also countered and attacked me. Let me continue to use the word attack. Attacked me when I said I don't trust INEC. He attacked me here by saying, oh, how can you say don't speak negative? I trust INEC. Me, myself, I trust INEC. I've been in this game. I've done it. What do you know? Calm yourself down to learn from people. Look now, INEC put everybody where we are today. Satanic INEC. Now put you and I for where we did today. Now I say I don't trust this satanic government. This might probably happen. Probability, yes, it might be called probability, but you have to look at it properly. But look, it's becoming a reality right now. What are we talking about? Let's go through this. Sometimes we are just pushed. When I see things like this, I must reference back. I just go back and reference back. You know, the only way we can move forward in life is to just stay quiet. Shut up your mouth and listen to others and learn from others. What do you know? When you claim you know everything, you know nothing, and you can't go anywhere. That's life. If we have to express ourselves the way it built, I'll say, this might get it the way. No, but it's the fact. I'm a human being. Peter Obi cried the other day. They say, oh, he cried because of a lady that could not afford 80-something thousand naira for a machine or something like that. But people, you know, they carried it and twisted everything and all. But above all, is he not a human being? He's a human being. See him that is right here now on the screen, cried on screen here the other day when his cousin was killed in Lagos. He cried here. I have to remove him because I did not expect that. I didn't see that coming. He's here right now. Is he not a human being? Oh, the day where, you know, I go there emotional and now say tears come off from my eye. You criticize me, right? Wait till you they pass through for inside the mask where you put for your eye. Nobody know. Let's take this, my people. Thank you. Because when I see things like this, I like to recapitulate and reference back to the journey, how we started this whole thing. It's just the fact. Thank you very much, my people. Help us to share and like this broadcast. And I can see, let me quickly take on this. Let me take on this before I have my guest with me. I'm just trying to see. Okay, there's pressure on me to leave Nigeria, says Peter Obi. The LP flag bearer called on all Nigerians and international community to employ the APC and the APC-led government to stop their nasty attacks. Okay, this one was April 6th. Today is April 6th, right? Okay, from channels. Because although all mainstream medias don't carry them, but I normally choose where I want, make a bring and come. A Vanguard carry them, many, but I just decided to choose channels. Former governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of the Labour Party at the recently concluded presidential election, Peter Obi, has said that there is pressure on him to leave Nigeria. Mr. Peter Obi, in a statement on Wednesday night, accused the ruling All Progressive Congress APC and some government agencies of trying to divert the country's attention from the ills recorded during the polls by casting aspersions on his person. The LP flag bearer went on to address the issue of a certain viral audio recording which allegedly had him speaking to Bishop Oyedepo of Winners Chapel, urging the cleric to act and support his ambition as a way to see that Christians win the religious war in the nation's political sphere. In his reaction, Obi described the recording in a circulation as fake. This is also one of the things I was saying the other day, that one or two persons that quickly went on social media and trying to defend Peter Obi, you know, it's also not that. If you want to defend me, ask me question first. It's very important. Call me. Nigeria was now waiting a year be this, so they say somebody pay you 100 million for back. I beg, you pay, you take him or no, or it happen. You go on, hey, they defend me, say yes. Although they pay Nigeria was 100 million, but he not take all of the share, he takes some for his side. You are not defending me, Oga. Not be me they defend. I don't know who's saying you that one. Let's move on. The present attempt by the APC as a party and the APC-led government through some government officials and agencies to divert our attention from our blatantly stolen mandate is unfortunate and sad. These have come and continue to manifest in different ways, such as the malicious accusation of the Minister of Information, Mr. Lai Mohammed, the circulation of fake doctored audio, call and pressure on me to quickly leave Nigeria. Let me reiterate that the audio call being circulated is fake. He talk him again, say fake. I felt talk him that day. So he said, let me reiterate, because some of them don't know what he mean. I'm specifically targeting some people. Let me move on. Let me reiterate that the audio call being circulated is fake, and at no time throughout the campaign, and now did I ever say, think, or even imply that the 2023 election is or was a religious war. Obi said. Obi called on all Nigerians and international community to employ the APC and APC-led government to stop their nasty attack, adding that his focus and commitment is to lawfully and peacefully retrieve the people's mandate and to secure and unite the nation. At this particular moment, I'm being pressured to leave the country. That is Mr. Peter Obi right there. For me, on this thing now, because for me, I don't know if you guys are seeing it the way I'm seeing it too. That make me talk now where my sense rich, now they talk rich. Maybe when I start hearing from people now, you guys might interpret this in a different way. But we will leave on like that. I ain't talk and say I'm being pressured to leave the country. But my own word, I'm being pressured to run away. Or rather, I'm being pressured to run into exile. It don't fair happen before. It don't fair happen before. So now you go know how you want to talk your own. You understand? So I would like make we talk on this before we move on. Meanwhile, I have another article here that I would like to quickly just put the headline on. As you can see there, this one is mine. One of the problems that we are facing right now in Nigeria is one of them. Afenifere wailing over loss of investment on Peter Obi, Lai Mohammed. You know, he went as far. Okay, let me quickly just read the first paragraph. The Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, has condemned the attack on him by the Pan-Yoruba Social Political Organization Afenifere for stating federal government position on the 2023 election. The minister responded to the organization attack in an interview with newsmen on Thursday in Washington. Afenifere had berated the minister of admonishing Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate, for inciting people to violence over the outcome of the February 25th presidential election. Responding to Afenifere, the minister said the attack on him was born out of frustration and anger at the loss of the investment they invested on Obi's election. Okay, he's attacking the Afenifere right there, which I have the last article quickly here. You know, I have another one here. This one surprised me though. You know, Mangolo backed Soyinka criticism of Obi's running mates, slam social media mob. So according to this one, Mangolo a failure is a failure as far as I'm concerned. He failed woefully, and he stated that he would never run again in Nigeria because the youth are not ready to change the country. But now you are under the wings of this people. You know, if you listen to the reason why he talked this one, he say, yes, Nobel laureate Ogwolo Soyinka is a principled fighter for justice in our country and around the world. Is a phenomenon that unlettered and uncultured people may not fully understand in an age of lazy social media youth, in which many don't read or think deep before reaction. You see the way they attack people is endorsement of my listen, selfish interest. Listen why he support them more. Just listen to this paragraph. Now, only this one. After this one, I don't want to continue. His endorsement of my 2019 presidential candidacy in my short-lived but impactful foray into Nigerian electoral politics remains one of the greatest honors of my life. That is his statement. He only supported this man because this same man endorsed him back in 2019. He said, that is the greatest honor of my life that Wole Soyinka endorsed me in 2019. So anything Wole Soyinka do right now is right. You see? Now tell me, what is different between Mangolu, or anyhow his name is pronounced, and Desmond Elliot? Because Desmond Elliot publicly said that I'm a product of Godfatherism. Now it's Desmond talk with that. This one now they talk, say indirectly, I'm also a product of Godfatherism. He's joining him to slam Obi and Dati just because Wole Soyinka does in 2019. He talk about him out. He did that. It may be some of you. Let me put this on screen. This particular part, I must put it right there, because if not, some people might think, say, oh, you not talk that one. I know say some of them believe me, oh, but you know, say, oh, this our job, so they try to carry people along at all time, you know, because some people, you get the way that they feel you're talking and say, now lie, we not see them. Let me carry this. Let me bring it here. 1 minute. Okay. We have this right here. That particular, okay. Let me highlight it. I'm not sure if you can read it, but now this part, now I want to make on read. I highlight them. Some of you can read it from there. If anybody can see it, I want me somebody else read down from the screen. May not be like saying I made it, deceive myself. May anybody just read down from screen, I beg. Anybody on the screen. One of my panelists, please. Can you see that? CM, can you see it? Anybody?
I can, but it's too tiny. That's what I'm stretching.
Okay.
I'm stretching my eyes.
Okay, that is what I wanted to.
Elvis, let me read it.
Okay, thank you.
His endorsement of my 2019 presidential candidacy in my short-lived but impactful foray into Nigerian electoral politics remains one of the greatest honors of my life.
Good. God bless you, madam. Thank you so much. That's the only part I wanted you to read. This is the reason why this man is supporting Wole Soyinka for attacking Dati Ahmed. That's it. This is what we are seeing in this country. These people, many of them don't care about us. They are doing what they are doing for their selfish interest. He failed woefully and he ran away. He blamed the youth. Now they call them lazy youth now for social media. He call us, he say, mom, lazy youth on social media. In fact, he destroyed us well for that article. But that is not my concern. My concern is him focusing on 2019 endorsement from Wole Soyinka. So that is enough for me. It's just like you have a leader who killed in your presence, you know, Koro eye. He takes somebody's life. Because then your leader, you say, no, my leader not go talk. Part of the reason why Nigeria is where he is today. That's it. Meanwhile, I like us to talk on all this. I'm not playing video yet. I'll play videos later. Let me hear from people. I'm going to time people on this because we're expecting somebody. So I'll start with Mr. Chuks Obibweze. You're the first on the panel. Then followed by Give Us a Mandate. Mr. Chuks Obibweze, please talk to us in 6 minutes. Let's do 6 minutes.
Yeah.
6 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, I wouldn't even take 6 minutes. Yeah. Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, our listeners and those on the comment section. Yeah, it's been, as we all know, you know, you and I know here that, you know, if you win an election, right, and you get robbed, these people will always send their surrogates, you know, to come and, you know, talk to you, to ask you, 4 years is around the corner, you know, so, you know, I would not be surprised that Obi is being pressured. Even Atiku, you know, during 2019, he was pressured. And, you know, that's why some people, you know, always say that he is a businessman. Every election season, he come down, invest. When he finishes, he collect profit and off he goes. You know, so, but a true Democrat, you know, somebody who actually want to change the country cannot do that. Like Mr. Peter Obi, God forbid, I'm sure he has already laid down his life for this cause, but let nothing happen to him. He's made up his mind. He's not going anywhere, because once he goes out now, that's where the danger comes in, They will do everything on his arrival, I mean, because they're not only gonna be afraid, but they might think he's going to work with foreign countries, and I like his style, that he just keep calm, remaining in the country while looking forward to get our mandate back. And of course, he's gonna get it. We know who they are. They are wolves. There's no two ways anybody is gonna tell us that we don't know that he's being pressured. Of course. But in fact, his own family will pressure him. It's not just APC. So many people he respects, they will come after him, telling him the dangers of whatever he's doing and what is not. Some of them are there for their own business as well. So we are not surprised that he's been targeted, but I think they're gonna fail. In fact, they've already failed because the world have already known what is going on. And Liar Mohammed, right? He is, he thought he went to US to do themselves justice, but right now he went there to destroy themselves completely. You say when something, when the time comes, there's nothing in fact, everything you do when the time comes, if you're on the opposite side, it's all mistakes you're gonna be doing. It doesn't matter how good you are at that thing. If me and you are, running a race right now, if I'm destined to win that race, no matter how fast you are, something will happen and I'm gonna be there. That is exactly what is happening, and I believe that is what is going on right now. Yeah. Yeah. The last article you read about Kingsley Moghalu, it's quite disappointing, and I think I did ask CM this question yesterday, but he wasn't able to answer it before we left. Because I had Wole Soyinka saying the kid, a new kid on the block. So it could be him. We never know what is going on, because all these people, they have deep understanding of what is going wrong in Nigeria, especially him. I don't know any other person knew this, but Alex said one thing about that man yesterday. I knew it for long. That was who he is. But I don't use it because I've read a lot about him, and I've seen his dealings, and I knew he was that. But I was surprised when Alex came up here and they say it as he is, say who he is. So let's keep the confidence we have. I believe, Obi is not scared, and if he's listening to us right now, let him not be scared. Nigerians, the greater part of Nigerians are behind him, and I believe that he's going to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Give us a mandate. Please talk to us in 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Hope everyone can hear me clearly. Thank you, everyone from all over the world where you're watching us from. Thank you for your time, everyone on the panel, people in the comment section. We want to thank you for your time here. The only reason why we keep coming back here is because of this mandate issue, and we trust that the mandate will be delivered regardless of the shenanigan that APC, let me use the word that somebody usually use for them, APC, Egbekegbe, that is bad association. Hopefully I'm still coming out clearly.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, so in Yoruba they call them Egbekebe. They are just, I don't know, they are worse than cancer. APC is worse than cancer. Now, before I start my submission, I think I was listening yesterday to Mayego, and he said, maybe from research, 88 people lost their life in 2023 election, and several people that you cannot even count sustained one injury or the other. 88 people died, allegedly, because of the election. Nigeria is not in civil war. Nigeria is not in crisis. Only that we are in a stage where we need to transition governments, and we are having this situation. In 2015, let me read what APC said in 2015, so you can hear. APC vow to form parallel governments if 2015 election are rigged. Is on the Times newspaper. I will send the link to you so that you can remind them of what they are doing. APC vows to form parallel governments in 2015 if 2015 election are rigged. That is from APC. Festus Keyamo for food Fani Kayode, Bayo Ononuga, Dele Alake, Gbajabiamila, Sanwo-Olu, Raji Fashola, Tifnumbu. They are not dead. They are alive. Now, going to Wole Soyinka, it is so unfortunate. INEC chairman, the prefix before his name is what? Professor, right? Wole Soyinka, the prefix before his name is what? Professor. If only you guys can follow all of those lines. Now, the question is, and it's not insult to them, it's not insult to their personality. I mean, Wole Soyinka is almost going to 90. God bless his life. But it is so disheartening to see this old generation. And I think I said it here on Nigeria Watch that this old generation, there are some things I will not probably want to see on here because I don't want to sound rude, or even though I live in the United States and we don't care about people's, we don't care. We don't care about people. We don't care about. I can see Donald Trump and then shake him. Mr. Donald Trump, how are you doing? I can see Biden and say, Mr. Biden, how are you? I don't care. We don't care in the United States. We just do our thing and then we go. But I mean, I'm still a Yoruba man. I'm still from Oyo State. But it's so disheartening that this man, Professor Wole Soyinka, could say what he said yesterday. That is part of the propaganda that they'll be using against the young people. But some of them are learned, but that they are not applying the wisdom that they get from most of the things they do based on their anticipation. I think Mrs. Nena addressed that yesterday, because this guy had too many crowd following him for several years. A Nobel laureate. How can you not pay attention to the news of your country? And you came out yesterday and then you're saying all of that. To the guy Mago or whatever his name may be, Mr. Elvis, you have said it. If he pays them, they speak. If he doesn't pay them. But one thing I will keep telling people is that I am from Southwest. I am a proud Yoruba man. And I am also proud to support Peter Obi. Tinubu did not offend me in any way. But I have said to Nigerians that how can you see a good man, somebody who ruled his own state for 8 years, left the state? Soludo cannot refer back to Peter Obi. But Tinubu ruled Lagos State for 8 years, and until now, 24 years later, everything is still on Tinubu, even though Lagos is in shambles, is in a mess now. So Mugalu, or what your name is, it is only a disgrace. And you guys are pressuring Peter Obi. Peter Obi goes nowhere. He goes nowhere. We will see this. We will fight for it. Now you guys are calling people lazy because they are on social media. You see how delusional they are? That's how delusional people are. You're calling somebody
lazy because they are playing on their social media handle and they have to make their comments, give their so Festus Otopokoyamo for food for Nikayode, Bayo Ononuga, Dele Alake, Sanwo-Olu, Tifnumbu, and all of them, if they are on their social media, they are not lazy. Or the likes of the Dayo Israel and all of their youth wing. There's one in New York. If all of those one on their social media, they are not lazy, but Nigerian youth that you stole their mandates, you even threatened, you even killed some of them. Some of them have to even die by themselves because you stole their mandates. And now because they are making their opinion heard and the whole world is hearing them, they are now lazy youth. You guys said you were lazy. Buhari even came to the United States and told Donald Trump that Nigerian youth are lazy. Now Nigerian youth, you said we are not lazy. We want to come out and vote. Now they vote for their choice, and you guys will not let them even have their mandate. This one will determine what happens to Nigeria after these old shenanigans that you guys are playing. May 29, we will see what's going to happen. It's not a threat to anybody. We're all just here waiting and watching how the court will play out. And let me say again to my fellow statesman, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, màá tún sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí kẹ́ ẹ gbọ́ dáadáa, ọmọ Ọ̀yọ́ ni yín. Ẹjọ́ Peter Obi, His Excellency Gregory Peter Obi àti Tinubu LP Labour Party àti APC tó ń gbé wá sílé ẹjọ́. Tí appeal court bá ti dáadáa tó máa gbé wá síwájú yín, Peter Obi ló jáwé olúborí nínú election yẹn, nínú ìdìbò tó tá a ṣe tán. Gbogbo àgbáyé ti mọ̀, kò sí bí ẹ ṣe fẹ́ ṣe é. Ẹ dá ẹjọ́ yẹn dáadáa, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn ló ń kú, àwọn míì ń sá kúrò Nàìjíríà. Ẹjọ́ yẹn wọ́n ń gbé bọ̀ wá bá yín, ẹ dá ẹjọ́ yẹn. Peter Obi òun ló jáwé olúborí, ọmọ Anambra ni, care. We don't care where he comes from. He's our brother. Olukayode Ariwola, ẹ dá ẹjọ́ yẹn dáadáa. Because the whole world is watching on you. And hopefully, Wole Soyinka and the likes of Magu, you guys can go and sleep. Maybe the last time you spoke, you didn't sleep well. And I'm not insulting you, sir. I respect you. You're a Nobel laureate. I mean, well-respected man. But please, sir, maybe you can go and sleep again. Wake up again and then come tell us the truth. Because you cannot be in your country and not listen to news for 2 months. That is not good of you. With all due respect, sir. With all due respect. Go back, sir. Follow the old story, how the whole thing pans out, and come back and tell us the truth of the whole matter. Because the people of Nigeria also count on men like you to stand for the truth, uphold the truth, because the truth is what Nigeria needs at this time to rescue his soul from the hands of this wicked man. They don't care. They're about to trample the nation. And so we'll not allow them. Peter Obi goes nowhere. He goes nowhere. He's not inciting any violence. He's only fighting for his mandate. And so to Lai Mohammed, you are from Kwara State. We know you. You are an elderly man. Behave like an elderly man. The old people are looking at you. Don't come here to the United States and come tell us. You just wasted the taxpayers' money. I mean, you could have been in Aso Rock and then say what you want to say. You just wasted the goddamn taxpayers' money.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Lai Mohammed, you know, Baba Agbalagba ní ẹjọ́ ẹ ṣe dáadáa, ẹjọ́ Nàìjíríà ti ń bàjẹ́, ó ti bàjẹ́, ẹ ṣe dáadáa. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
God bless you, my brother. I can see the passion on your delivery. God bless you. We have a breaking news right now. Labour Party national headquarters have been invaded by thugs, as we speak right now in Abuja. It just happened now. So let's quickly take this along before I call on the next person. A lot will happen. But this is sad. Breaking talks invade Labour Party national headquarters, in Abuja. I would like to quickly read from here. All right. Julius Abure, National Chairman of the Labour Party LP, says talks allegedly escorted by police officers have broken into the national headquarters of the party. The LP National Secretariat located in Utako district near the Federal Capital Territory office of the National Union of Journalists, NUJ. In a statement on Thursday, Abure, who blamed the All Progressive Congress APC for the attack, said that the thugs destroyed doors, windows, prompting workers to flee for their safety. A few minutes ago, the national headquarters of the Labour Party in Abuja, according to him, this is on the statement now, in Abuja, witnessed a massive attack and was broken into by a detachment of the Nigerian police and thugs believed to be working for All Progressive Congress. He said the invaders, who are armed, reportedly pulled down the fences, burglaries, doors and windows to have access to our secretariat, and the process sacked workers and party members who were at the secretariat. Although I was out of town, but information has it the agenda of the invaders was to inaugurate an illegitimate executive which has been chosen for them by their sponsors. Only yesterday, our presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, through the Presidential Campaign Council, alerted Nigerians of a plot to hood him out of the country over APC convert plot to collaboration with some security agencies to frame him up allegedly, or rather to arrest him. Okay, yes, to stop that right there, they are going back to what we already read, but the main issue right now is what you see in the headline. A lot is going on. Like I said before, our principal is currently under pressure. We don't know what is going to happen in the next 24 or 48 hours, but as it comes, we bring it here. That's what we're doing. But let me hear from the next person. I thought I should carry everybody along with what is currently going on, the intimidation that the APC is currently doing. Just imagine, the talks invades secretariat of the Labour Party. Police officers are there with gun with them.
Yes, hopefully they didn't. I mean, one of the maybe what they are looking for is most of the evidence that we have. We're going to take to court.
Exactly.
Hopefully they don't have those in the office.
Perfect. That is it.
So, but man,
it's sad. Police is there. Police.
So
police,
Julius,
they carry gun.
Yeah, Julius Abure and the likes of them.
But that was don't say police is there. Do you know whether they give those people uniform as police, whereby they are thugs?
Exactly.
Don't give a uniform.
Exactly.
But we also saw how police
during the election,
during the election when they were stealing ballot boards. I played more of the videos here. They were there. In fact, they stole the ballot boards and put inside police vehicle. We see many of these things, but we don't hear say a treasonable offense, or we did not see any arrest or anything. Please mute yourself.
Mr. Elvis.
Somebody. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a tactical thing. It is really police. Yeah, that is for intimidation. That is to intimidate Labour Party to know that the security apparatus is not going to do anything for them. That is why they went there with a police person, be it in uniform or fake uniform. It's all a psychological operation. It is a psychological operation. They are going on our own psychology. They are unleashing a mass psychological operation upon us. So we need to be strong. We need to have our own comeback. We need to show them that it is not going to work this time. And this is where I was reflecting. Somebody says that this man is smart. How can this be smart? The only two things that this man has is use money to bribe people.
Please, when you are talking about him, don't always put the word smart. I'm so sorry, please. Don't.
No, I didn't say. Did you hear me say I'm saying he's smart?
She's against the word smart.
I'm against the words. I'm trying to tell you that for anybody to even use that adjective on this evil human being. It is degrading of that person. They are degrading the human race to use smart on such a human being. This man knows only three things. He does not use, he's nothing smart about him. The only way he can get his way is to use money, to use blackmail, and to use violence. And that is what they are unleashing right now. I just want people to know that they are using a lot, right now, blackmail is on the rise. They are using a lot of blackmail to keep people down. They are using a lot of blackmail to get people to do what they want them to do. And I'm speaking to anybody, no matter how big or small your blackmail is, they have anything against you, let them know that you are not going to cower down. The best way to fight a blackmailer is to come out and speak out your truth. Nigeria will forgive you. And Nigeria will forgive you because you are coming to speak truth and saying the truth to who needs to hear the truth. And if for that truth they are coming to blackmail you, you go ahead and show tell the world this is what they are doing to me. And that is why what Mr. Elvis, what you just said at the beginning about Mr. Peter Obi coming out at least to tell us that this is what they are trying to do. It breaks their power. It breaks their power. When we don't know, when we are in the dark, they have power. We are the soldiers. That is why they are attacking us, using all sorts of names on us, telling us that we are uncultured. Do you know what it means to be uncultured? They are debasing us. They are telling us that we have no morals. They are telling us we have no values. We've got no sanctity of anything that is good or anything that is good, that is pure in us. Which is the opposite. They are casting their own aspersions on us. They are the
Mr. Elvis,
and uncultured human beings.
Mr. Elvis, if you watch what is happening now, they started with young men, which is Oluomo and Co. It didn't work. They now shifted to middlemen, which is the so-called Fanika and Co. It's not working. Now they now shift to old men, people like the so-called professor and the Lai Solomon. So after that, you know what they're going to do now?
The dead bodies.
They will shoot robbers and just name it, anything at all.
Hopefully,
Right.
Wole Soyinka was able to hear this news today.
You said what?
I said, hopefully, Wole Soyinka pay attention to the news today so that he can hear what is happening to.
No, he doesn't respond to things like this. He doesn't.
Oh, really?
You don't need Wole Soyinka's opinion anymore.
No, I'm not talking about his opinion.
He doesn't even
I'm
know.
only saying that hopefully he hear the news. Hopefully he's hearing the news.
No, of course he's hearing. He doesn't respond to things like this.
No, I'm not asking him to. No, I don't care about his response. I think he said for the past 2 months he didn't listen to news.
Did you not hear him? Did you not hear him say that he didn't read newspapers for over 2 months or watch television?
So hopefully he's able to read now.
Very sad. Let me.
He's lying. He's lying. He's lying. That man is lying with his gray hair.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's hear from Madam Ine. Please, I'd like you to talk to us in 6 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good evening to everyone. Before I start, Elvis, I know everything that you said at the beginning is really true, but can I also kind of play a little bit of devil's advocate? And please, if anybody, I just want everybody to please clearly understand what I'm trying to say. You know, yesterday when Arise News was questioning Wole Soyinka, I think what he was saying, he wasn't really blaming that the way you all are taking it. I think what he was trying to say is that when you are on the right, be careful so that the people on the wrong side will not trip you to say something that will really backfire on you. I think that's what he was trying to say.
By calling him a dictator?
No. Hold on, Elvis. Yes. If you go back and really listen, first he started by saying that he did speak to Atiku and asked him to please leave this race. And also he told Tinubu to stop. Let them leave it, this leadership for the younger ones. And he really alluded to the fact that it's now for somebody from the East, even though he did not mention Peter Obi's name. But in reality, what he was saying was really Peter Obi. This is how I got it. Maybe also that you're looking at it the wrong way. I don't really follow Wolo Soyinka as a person, but I think what he was trying to say, or maybe it didn't come out the way he was trying to say it. You know, sometimes
he was repeating it repeatedly. His statement was not just like a one-off. It was a continuous attack.
It was a continuous attack, and he was saying that it was a free and fair election. What is free and fair about it?
No. He didn't, in that interview that I'm listening to, unless if there was another thing that he said.
No. Which channel did you watch that, madam?
Arise. Yesterday, it was Ayo that really, even after they asked him the
first let us recapitulate.
Ayo went back and again re-questioned him on that.
Okay, let's quickly recapitulate on this. Come back to you, madam.
Okay, wait, Elvis. Let me add one thing, and then you can move on. What I also want to say to everybody in this panel and the ones that are listening, please do not give up, because when you are on the right, well, the opponents that are wrong are going to try to use everything.
Okay, let's quickly. It's still your turn. After this video, you're going to continue talking. But I just want, because maybe you might be right or wrong.
Go back to Ayo's interview, please.
No, hold on. That's what I'm saying. Let me recapitulate on what he said, madam. Just hold on.
Soyinka has predicted that Nigerians would continue to call for restructuring after the new administration assumes office on May 29. Soyinka stated that the government of President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu must renew its focus on the persistent calls for restructuring the Nigerian Federation in order to avoid serious difficulties with its programs and policies. Also, Soyinka denounced the menacing utterances of the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed, describing it as unbecoming. He further stated that the Nigerian presidency should go to the southeast region in order to heal from the wounds of the civil war.
Let me remind you and anybody listening that we've had several cases of the final arbitration in this kind of election being placed in the lap of the courts. We'll go back all the way to the infamous, or for some people, famous and brilliant 12 2/3 decision. During that process, if you go all the way back in history, I never heard anyone from any side threaten the judiciary the way I heard it when Mr. Dati was speaking on television.
That is one. Nobody should say anything. I just want to be bullet pointing it. I've never heard anyone threaten the judiciary. That statement shows that you are totally against me. Let's move on. That's one. Bullet point that. Please, somebody just be bullet pointing it.
Okay. And since then, since that decision, we've also had even the decision of the court, which brought Buhari into power after the decision was given, after he had already been sworn in. And again, while awaiting that decision, I never heard the kind of language, the kind of menacing, blackmailing language.
That's another one. The kind of language, the kind of menacing, blackmailing. Please, somebody bullet point that one down, no, because I'm not going to remember again later. Threatening the judiciary, blackmailing, menacing. So please make sure they put that down, because If you said you are trying to speak
Very,
for
very
me,
strong words.
no, please, everybody just hold on. Nobody should unmute themselves yet. If you said you are trying to advise me not to lose my lane and all that, you know, you can't use this word to advise me. You understand? So let's move on. Just bullet point everything down.
While awaiting that decision, I never heard the kind of language, the kind of menacing, blackmailing language as that which was to which we were treated by Mr. Dati. And that kind of attitude and that kind of go, do or die kind of provocation is not what I think we've all been struggling for.
I asked.
That is not what we have been struggling for. It means that if I don't really want to use the word what it means, the statement from Dati, it means Nigeria, make a talk on my be Nigeria shouldn't look out for these people as tall for presidency, because that is not what we have been struggling for. Just move on. Let's hear what Ayo have to ask here. And meanwhile, menacing. The meaning of menacing, to my understanding, means danger, threatening, attack. Right? To my understanding, no, everybody goes school here. That's what menacing means. Make we move on.
Going to your previous response, which part or what part of Senator Dati Ahmed's statement was unbecoming?
Okay, nearly the totality. Listen, the interviewer asked him.
In the whole, that video that day was about almost 30 minutes long, right? Now you are telling us that nearly the totality. In case my own understanding, what nearly the totality means is that when we look at it in statistic view, it means 99.9%. 99.9% of the interview was wrong. Everything rubbish. Now only 1% I give them. I don't know, like I am saying, I don't know what your own understanding means in nearly the totality. Right? So let's continue. Let's move on.
Nearly the totality. Listen, the interviewer asked him several times. He said, what will you do if the Supreme Court judgment is against you? If the interpretation which you are offering about the constitutional aspect of this election, if it is against that of the Supreme Court and they find against you. And he kept saying, no, it's not even open to analysis. Because the word says and it's very clear. And the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, had better give this, in other words, his interpretation. I mean, this is trying to dictate to the supreme arbiter of the nation. Whatever you think of the Supreme Court, it is an institution we all revert to sooner or later. If not today, then tomorrow. If not about this election, maybe about the next election. But Dati kept saying, no, the Supreme Court has got, in its wisdom, to agree with me. That is what is known as fascistic language. It is not acceptable. And for me, it alienates people. It alienates even supporters. I know this for a fact. People come to me, you know how I relate to young people. I relate to those who have found certain problems with the spokespeople of this particular movement. I'm not interested in the other ones. Everybody knows the other movements. But there's a new boy on the block, as the expression stays. And many of us have been waiting for that new kid on the block. And so we have a stake in it. And wherever it seems to be going wrong, we're going to tell the truth to that new kid. And the supporters who also say they have allied thinking with us, that's all. But go and watch that tape all over again. Introduce that tape to any kind of neutral jury.
It went as far by even saying, in fact, the first word he used,
that word we used just now, you know, fascistic language.
Mr. Elvis.
Authoritarian person, right? Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was saying yesterday. Look, if you watch that interview, right, he didn't that much wrong, but the choice of language let him down. Yes. I must be realistic with you, exactly. Right? What he was saying could be correct, but the choice of language, the anger in him, right? I mean, that is the only thing I see. Because I watched that interview live. Most of these things you see him saying, he couldn't hear them. You understand? So I know.
He went as far.
Excuse me, sir. I think he's very, very wrong. Don't say he was not so wrong per se. Do you know why he's very, very wrong? I will now point it to you. That he was now maintaining and reporting and then clearly explaining and stressing on what is written in the Constitution. And mind you, the former Chief Justice said in 2008, this same thing happened and it was used.
Okay.
It was used.
All right. We are going somewhere. We are going somewhere. Listen, guys, all his words, I guess you guys have bullet pointed them, right? Just checked it out. All his words, in fact, he was damaging Dati, damaging Peter Obi indirectly, damaging Labour Party indirectly, and inciting or trying to indoctrinate Nigerians to forbid Labour Party in totality. That's what he was saying. Then he went as far by saying that video should be shared to outside Nigerians. You will see how they will declare. I will replay that video again just now. But listen from here. Listen, say that video should just...
To say they have allied thinking with us, that's all. But go and watch that tape all over again. Okay. Introduce that tape to any kind of neutral jury, members of whom don't even know anything about the Nigerian situation.
Okay, outsider.
Talk about body language, talk about vocal language, talk about the actual text.
Talk about body language, talk about the vocal language, talk about the actual text. And you guys think this man was trying to advise Dati, or he was just destroying Labour Party, Dati Ahmed, Peter Obi, obedience, and forbidding them forever being the president in Nigeria?
But where was he when
let's go on.
Of Dati's pronouncement. This is intimidation.
You hear him? Because I believe, say, Madam Inem did not get this video interpreted well. Now make me they follow on one by one now. That statement is intimidation, is dictatorship, is dictatorship, is authoritarian, is fascistic language, in fact, there's so many languages he was using. Let's move on.
And it's not acceptable. I refuse to be part of that kind of language.
You see, it's not acceptable. I refuse to be part of that kind of language. So it was clear. The guy just talked clear. I don't know what we are trying to defend here. He's here.
Okay, Prof, let me ask you about...
Okay, now...
President.
No, let's listen to what Dati said again. Dati was only referring to what the constitutional say. Our constitution, 1999 amendment. That is what he was referring to. Let's watch it again.
I am not a careless, reckless speaker. I am working with the Constitution there, that document, right, you just read. I'm following it. And I dare to tell you that swearing in Tinubu and Shetima is as good as swearing in the Nigerian army on 29th of May. If you swear in people that have not satisfied the requirement, you have, by so doing, ended democracy. The crisis I'm telling you now is that this, our democracy, is going to end by the way we are going. This democracy is going to end on the 29th of May, 2023. Please write it.
Those are extreme,
you know my
those
name.
are extreme thoughts.
I am very, very happy to say it.
No,
you know
no,
my name.
You
introduced me.
Yeah.
Listen, don't stop
those
me.
No, I will, because those are extreme thoughts. You know why? Because there are allowable language to be used on television, especially as it relates to our nation and the unity of this country.
Put your question and let me answer you. Put your question. I know what I'm saying.
If there is an official...
If you breach the Constitution...
But is it not left to the court to decide otherwise?
This is already decided by the courts.
But the authority in charge of election gave a declaration.
If you are afraid for some things, don't ask for them.
I am not afraid. I will, as a citizen of the country, by the ethics and the guidelines of my profession, live by it. What is lawful? And I hope that you're a lawful citizen of the country. And so whatever the stipulation of the law guides, if you are aggrieved about something, you go to the court to seek redress, isn't it?
This document is a product of the legal system. It has been signed into law by the President, Commander-in-Chief, Federal Republic of Nigeria. I believe in this document. That is why I'm so lawful. That is why I'm so confident. And that is why however extreme it is, Sheung, I am saying it on national TV. I don't like to take risks. I'm not taking any risks. Swearing in a ticket that has not met the constitutional requirements of the Constitution, okay, is ending democracy. Quote me on it.
That's your interpretation.
That is my interpretation, and that is indeed a correct interpretation. You cannot swear people who have not met the constitutional requirement. You can't do that. If you did it, you have done something unlawful, something unconstitutional, and I'm repeating it. Whoever does not meet the constitutional requirement must never be sworn in. You said my name. If you like, I can say it again. I'm Dr. Baba Ahmed. I'm not taking risks with my safety and with my life. But I'm repeating, swear in anybody who does not meet the constitutional requirements of our country, you are engaging in an unconstitutional act. Mr. President, do not hold that inauguration. CJ and your lordship, do not partake in unconstitutionality. I am taking these risks for the sake of my country. Yes, it is extreme, and I'm saying it. It was more extreme for Yakubu to issue that certificate. It was reckless. He is putting all our lives in danger. All of us. We're already at risk. So what is there again in me taking risks again? What have they not done against Nigeria? What have they not abused in Nigeria? Now they will take the Constitution where it is clear, it says, and get 24. After that, and FCT. They fail to get it. They are going to swear this man in, and I should be afraid? I will not be. I am telling you that on the 29th of May, 2023, swear in Tinubu as this result is, you have ended democracy, whoever you are.
Okay, you can see that it said, and I quote, whoever does not meet the constitutional requirements. He did not say Tinubu or Peter Obi or Elvis or Epa doing. No, he said, whoever does not meet the constitutional requirement should not be sworn in according to the Constitution of Nigeria. Is anything wrong with that? Then what I expected from Soyinka should be attacking Yakubu, because like according to the statement of Dati Ahmed, it was more extreme when Yakubu issued a certificate out at 4 a.m. in the morning while everybody was sleeping. Tinubu dressed well, he sprayed perfume, he ate well, he and his wife and all the APC satanic people, all of them were there. None of them sleep. Now only us, the proper, real, consigned Nigerians, now they sleep. They issue certificate. When we wake up in the morning, they don't give the certificate. That should be extreme. I was expecting Soyinka to address that. But he did not. You are attacking somebody who was reacting according to what we have in our constitution. Me, I just wanted to do all this again to make our
Elvis, sir, please, if you can play the video of Francis Kayabo, who said if they try it, that they will make Nigeria a hell to govern. That word, a hell to govern. Let us compare both of them.
No, we don't even need to go there. We already know. You understand? They will make Nigeria ungovernable. We also talked about it on this platform. I wanted to carry Madam Inet along.
Elvis, I do understand what you're trying to say to me, but again, I want everybody to understand that. Let me tell you, see, Obi and Daddy will always be in my heart. I do not shake with the two of them. I do not shake. It doesn't matter what anybody brings. But the way I was looking at Wolosho Yinka answering these questions, yeah, even though we are looking, people always look up to him that he's a laureate, Nobel laureate, but we are still a human being. And I think the choices of words that he used here was really, really strong. But the way I saw the whole interview, I don't think that he's against Obi. I think what he was trying to also say is that when we are waiting for the judges to make their decision to hear this case, that we shouldn't say things.
No, you didn't say anything like that. You only said that is what he was trying to say.
Yeah, he didn't say that.
No, that's what I'm saying. So we shouldn't focus on what he was trying to say. Let us focus on what he said.
Okay.
Yes, instead of what he was trying to say. Because for me, I cannot digest what he was trying to say. I was not in his mind. I'm only judging him based on his statements, not what he was trying to say. We have a caller right here. Hello, thank you very much, Bob Victor, for calling in. Talk to us. Turn down your system. Bob Victor, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Talk to us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Talk to us quickly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for accepting my call today. I couldn't come in. What I would try to say here, madam, if you watch the body language of the Nobel laureate, you see that the body language was different. You go and watch his tapes when he speaks to the press. The body language for this case is quite different. And if you look at Wolosho Yinka very well, he's trying to play a game of one-sided game, but coming stage trying to appeal that this man is doing the wrong thing. For in this state that the vice president was the vice president of the Labour Party was actually quoting from the Constitution. He has the right to speak on the Constitution. He is a Nigerian. He is a former senator. He knows the Constitution very well, and he quoted the Constitution.
Okay.
And he's not compelling the judiciary to answer to him, but answer to the constitutional, what the constitutional says about it. You cannot swear in a man who has not met the constitutional requirement of the Constitution we all agree upon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
No
Victor.
matter what
Thank you, Victor. We need to move on due to time. Madam Rita, thanks for calling in. Oh, we lost. Madam Rita, can you hear me? Good evening to you, Madam. Go ahead, talk to us.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm just going to go straight to the point. There's this thing called I mentioned it yesterday. It's called titleship and idolship, and I think that is something that we have to identify when we see people that with white hair, for example, or someone that is shown as having a noble title, or someone is revered, and then somehow it kind of beclouds our sense of reasoning and our even moral judgment. And excuse me, and it even makes us kind of sort of reason off key. Excuse me. I would say that it's a shame that Soyinka will show this sense of all of a sudden altruism is quite pretentious. Because excuse me, I think I'll call back again.
Call back. You need to get yourself some water. Thank you. I can see that she was struggling right there. Hello, good evening to you. Talk to us in 1 minute. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hello, good evening, Niger Watch. Good evening, panel. My name is Samuel. I'm calling from the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Samuel. Talk to us 1 minute, sir.
Thank you very much. From what I listened of what Wole Soyinka said, is entirely against what that Baba Ahmed said. Then for me, in my own understanding, that's the best presentation for what that is said. That's the best ever presentation I've ever seen. In fact, I'm so proud that he said that because he was actually expressing his mind, and we have freedom of expression. And he wasn't just saying it on a one particular sided view. He's saying it on the grounds that be it anywhere you are.
Yes.
Once you are not following constitution, once you are not following rule of law, and you are trying to impose leadership on someone, you are going against constitution. And it's more or less exactly what he said. That's just it. On a overall view, that's what it is. And it is right anywhere, anytime, that's what it is. So to me, there's nothing wrong in what that Baba Ahmed said that anybody should be against it. No. And to me, what they're even saying that it's basically going to treason, it is never, when I listen to it, I wonder if people really understand what treason really means.
Okay.
Because
thank you.
You are telling me that he said that, which is based on Nigerian constitution, and any constitution is what we should follow.
Thank you.
You are showing us somebody that is against, does not meet the required constitutional requirements. It is entirely.
All right, round up, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The last call before I move on now. Hello, good evening to you, madam. Thanks for calling in. Please go ahead, talk to us.
Hello, Mr. Niger Watch. Please, I have 2 points here. One, what our Vice President Dati Ahmed said is based on the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he means words. His English was clear. Even a kindergarten will understand his English. And he kept referring to the Constitution. We are guided by the Constitution. So for me, I didn't see anything wrong he had said. That's why he was saying it boldly, with confidence, because even if the Supreme Court has to, or they have to take him up, they have to base everything on the Constitution. Now, on Wole Soyinka, when I was listening to him, I could see the hate on his face. The venom, he couldn't even control it. This man showed us that he didn't have anything to do with Labour Party. So he totally condemned Labour Party. That's what he said. Because as a Nobel laureate, he should understand the language of our Vice President, which was so plain.
Thank you.
Elementary language was what he used. And I don't think that should be a problem. He said based on the Constitution, which is very correct.
Thank you,
absolutely correct.
Thank you so much.
He was saying the facts clearly.
Okay.
I don't see anybody. Why should anybody stand and defend Wole Soyinka for exhibiting or showing hate?
Okay.
I mean,
thank
you could see the hatred. You could feel it.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Thank you.
Labour Party.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from. Hello, turn down your system. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, madam. Thank you very much. Go ahead, talk to us.
I'm surprised that we're even deliberating on this when we know the kind of elders we have in this country. They are liars. They know what they are doing. These guys just come out and they're so used to the lies they've been telling us. And now that we are fighting back, they are fighting back with their lies. Wole Soyinka, I mean, who didn't notice the venom? The way he was pouring out the hatred from his eyes, from his voice, from his body language, from everywhere, from his white hair. I could see it oozing out from everywhere. These guys are just liars. You see what they are doing? They leave all these other threats that these APC people have been sending out up to the point of threatening and then costing people's lives. They leave that out. And then the little one that somebody says, I am holding me responsible because this is the Constitution. I don't like taking risk, but I'm betting my life on this because it is the Constitution. I'm defending the Constitution. So don't do this. And then they're all attacking me.
Thank you.
It's just so sad. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, before I pick another call, I got a comment from Sally Health Clinic. Sally Health Clinic, you said you were logging out and And your statement, I'll put this on screen because I want people to judge according to that. You said, where is it? I thought I kept it. Hold on. You said, this is what you just said. Okay. You said Nigeria Watch, you are selective in what you present to the public. Yes, I am. Because if we have a 50 minutes video, for example, or 1 hour video, I'm looking for the target. If where I want to talk about is 3 minutes, I'll cut that part. I'll bring it here. I can't play the whole. If I have to, for example, I have 4 videos I want to present in a day, and that 4 video, they are 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour. If I play all of them, the show is over. Nobody can talk. So I don't understand. So if you were, if for example, I was bringing things that did not happen, yes, you can blame me. But me cutting part, yes, this part, that was what we just listened to was 6 minutes long. You know, it was not doctored or uttered, just 6 minutes long. Out of the, I think he spent about 20 minutes there. So this part is what everybody is focusing on. So it's like that. It's just the same way what I played on Dati Ahmed. Dati Ahmed, I played only 4 minutes long. But Dati Ahmed spent about 30 minutes with channels. I can't play all of them. That part 4 minutes is what I show interest. That's how I run my media. I don't understand how much you understand media. So I wanted to respond to you. And you say you are logging out. I don't know why, but your happiness is my priority. If it makes you happy to leave, that's fine. But if you are really with us, that's also fine. Thank you very much. Amanda Rita, you are calling back again. Let me quickly talk to you before I go back to the panel. Thank you very much. I guess you are fine. You are good.
I am good, oh, it is Nigeria. My blood pressure was just going high because, you know, sometimes we just hear things that are just deceitful, especially to the public, especially to the gullible people who want to learn and who want to be inspired by something that is truthful and good. It is annoying. And that's why all of us have to be soldiers of truth. Soldiers to put down people like fake Wole Soyinka. I am not going to respect his white hair. I am not. Because from the moment Emiloko said Emiloko, that statement alone was divisive. That statement alone was tribalistic. Using the evil speaking, using the word Emiloko, you are speaking Yoruba 1, 2, you're actually telling the Yoruba people it is our turn. Where was Wole Soyinka? Now, I can now confidently say that he is tribalistic. Wole Soyinka is tribalistic. I could see it in his countenance, you know, his disposition. He was so tribalistic. He's not a nationalist. In fact, he's a disgrace to the literal luminary. I don't care what any of you think. Listen, I am not into idolship or titleship. I am not into idolship or titleship. If you dyed Wole Soyinka's hair black now, I am sure most of you who are looking at the white hair and not the lies that he's saying, most of you, I'm sure psychologically your mind will change that what's this man saying. If that white hair was dyed black, you will see his true color. What are we talking about? Ahmed Dati gave him 101 democracy course. That is exactly what it was. And if anybody doesn't like it, go and apply for his university. It's called Base University in Abuja. That is 101 course democracy. That is what Ahmed Dati displayed. And if anybody wants to feel that, and assuming that maybe Wole Soyinka meant something else, forget his white hair. Because I can prove it to you that is what you are saying. I can prove it to you that you're looking at the fact that he's a Nobel, whatever it is, the title they gave him. Nobel laureate. I'm sure that is what you are looking at. I'm sure you are looking at the English language he's speaking. You are not looking at the words he's saying, the inciting what he's saying, the evil words he's saying. An elder doesn't speak like that. As a matter of fact, Wole Soyinka, go and get a cue from Pa Adebanjo, because that is a man. That is an elder. That is a man with a white hair who stands for the truth without any tribal sentiment. That is a man. Wole Soyinka, go back to school again, and you must learn from the tutelage of Pa Adebanjo. We should not entertain any liars here. We should not entertain anyone trying to twist words or want to make it seem because he has white hair or he has a title. Gone are the days of titleship. Gone are the days of idolship. We want to fix Nigeria. And if any white-haired man wants to talk rubbish, we will push him aside. We will tell him to enter house because he doesn't belong to this generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rita. The last caller for today, for now. Sorry, guys, on the panel. I'll come back to you guys. Good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from. Hello, are you there? Hello, madam. I can hear you. Yes. Your name and where you calling from?
Yes. I'm calling from Nigeria. Please, I want you to listen on your program to replay Agbako, the former president of Nigeria. Is it Bar Association?
Yes.
I send it to you.
No,
Everything
we played
any
it
other
yesterday.
person is saying is rubbish.
Exactly. We played it. We played the full video yesterday of Agbako. Yes, we played it. Yeah.
Did you hear what he said?
Of
because
course.
this is not a case. Even the lawyers we have, even labor lawyers, I don't know what they are playing up with. Because Nigeria, when you give them one bottle of Guinness, it's enough for them to cross from one party to another.
Yeah, you know, the Dr. Olisa, senior advocate of Nigeria, stated it yesterday on this platform that 7 days is enough for them to sort out these petitions.
Which case is this they are doing for how many years? That man referred them, said, this same case, so country do it for 7 days. They do it for 14 days. This is not a case. Okay, look at since all these days, they have not even present the case in the court itself. The man said it yesterday. Huh?
Thank you, madam. Thank you
the man
very
said,
much.
what are lawyers doing? Let them take this thing up. They are playing too much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. I appreciate every one of you callers. Please hold on for now. Madam Ine, you actually pushed me to replay the video and everything again. You know, anyway, it's still your time. You know, if I
okay, let's just move on. It's
right.
Okay. But I know that it wasn't like I was defending.
No, that was your understanding. Nobody's
understanding. I'm not respecting white hair. Maybe because somebody has white hair, somebody could have a black hair and lie. Somebody can have a white hair and lie also.
Exactly.
But no matter what, I'm always going to be obedient. No matter what, it doesn't matter how much voice tape that comes out. I do not swing. When I stick with one thing, I stick with it. It's a do or die for me. But the other thing that I probably will add before I just give somebody a chance to continue.
I think you should just use your 6 minutes.
I did? Okay then.
Talk about the statement from Peter Obi under pressure to move to Jakpa or to escape out of Nigeria. Let me put it like
He's not going to go anywhere. Anyway, it's just, whenever you are fighting a battle with unscrupulous people, they will use everything that they have. But at the same time, I've always said it on this platform or anywhere that I am, that Peter Obi was single-handedly elected by the universe, and he has a lot of support behind him, and he's organic. So all this pressure, he's a human being, and I expect him to sometimes he is going to break down because he's a human being. But at the same time, I know that he's definitely going to win. We are all going to win. This mandate will be restored to the Nigerian people. That I know for sure. So
do you think the way things are going now, do you think there's still hope?
There's tons of hope. I just keep saying to you that when you're dealing with unscrupulous people, they're going to use everything they're going to, because if somebody is right, they're not going to be stooping so low to do all the things that the APC people are doing if they know that they're right. Okay, now you just said there's a breaking news that they broke into Labour Party's office.
Yeah.
Hopefully, whatever evidence that Labour Party has, that they duplicate those evidence and will keep it in different places, because you know that they will be doing all kinds of things because they know that they are not right. So the light will always emerge. It doesn't matter what the darkness will do. The light will always emerge. So you cannot lose hope. Not.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. God bless you. To me, I'm not going to lose hope. I'm not going to lose hope. It's just that I don't have any single trust on these satanic leaders, and according to the comment on the screen right now, I will agree with you, Jaja. Honestly, we don't have good elders in Nigeria now. Or rather, let me say, many of or rather some, should I say some? No, some will be too few. Let me say many of our elders are the problem that we are facing today. Many, but not all. I'm not generalizing, but many of our elders, we can't really trust them anymore. These people just choose to be selfish and eat and die and go and leave us to suffer. That's what they're doing now. You know, for me personally, what I was expecting for Wole Soyinka, criticize Dati Ahmed if you want to, but also criticize what led to his action. You know, Yakubu gave out a certificate at 4 a.m. in the morning. You did not talk about that? You want me to agree with your criticism over Dati Ahmed's statement? No. In Lagos, tribal war everywhere, warning people not to come out, MC Olomo and many others. You didn't criticize that? A lot is happening. The ballot board snatching and many other things that is happening, currently happening. You didn't talk about it. You jumped to all that and went to the head. For we to have a stable building or whatever, the foundation must be solid. What led to what triggered Dati Ahmed? Because if I was in position of Dati Ahmed that day, I believe my expression will be higher than what how Dati Ahmed was expressing himself. He went as far, even when Shehu tried to stop him, he said, "No, don't stop me." Even though I know that it is extreme, but it is even more extreme for Yakubu to issue that a certificate without not thinking about the danger that goes along with it. So, Edda, trust me, by God's grace, every one of us will be Edda one day. Mute yourself now. Mute yourself. Please, God's power, you are disrupting this media. Please, don't mute yourself. I'm hearing myself back. Every one of us will get old one day, but how do you want to be remembered? What do you want people to remember you for? Is what I say every time. Some of you know the truth. You don't want to talk. You think if you talk, you will die. My brothers and my sisters, you will still die. Even though you lock yourself in your room, you use cloth, tie your mouth every day, you will still die. So why can't you just say the truth? Stand for what is right. Are you even aware that these same satanic elders, many of them, talk based on what they have received in their bank account? They don't care about you and I. So why are we fighting for them? I judge them by their statement, not by assumption. I bring it here, wait till you talk. Unquote. We listen or we read it, then we talk. We don't come on this media. We have never turned on this broadcast one day based on assumption. No. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you all. Let me hear from the next person. Busy Brains, please talk to us, madam. 6 minutes. Good evening to you once again.
Good evening, Oga Elvis. I've just landed my destination, but I'm just sitting in the count, waiting for my turn to talk. All protocols
you're in a better position to talk now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All protocols observed. Honestly, there is just so much going on right now, and it is all in the effort to get us to lose our cool. But let me start with Peter Obi, the fact that they are pressuring him to leave the country. You see, there is nothing off limits for these people. Right now, they are pressuring him to leave the country. And you know what will happen if he doesn't leave the country, if he does not do their bidding. Because the only hope they have is if he leaves the country. Leaving the country to them means he will not fight the fight that he took to court, because he has gotten them in their brocos so tight that they have no way to get out of it. There is no legal somersault that they can do out of this one. There is nothing they can do. That is why they are using all sorts of diversionary tactics to derail us from the focus, from the real issue, which is drug issue, which is fake identity, which is fake results. How old is he? Who is he? You know, his criminal entanglement. That is the main issue. And they are trying to divert us from the issue. And this brouhaha of a man that calls himself a laureate, that, I mean, it was handed over to him for a time such as this, so that he can come and gaslight a whole nation because of the laurel he's sitting on. Yeah? He's been given a title that would make us look at him like zombie. When he comes and uses heavy words, we will be like, oh, the Lord and Master has spoken. Oh, dirty and Obi and the obedience, they must be evil. Oh, we need to repent. That is what he's come out to try and do. But remember, this man came and he was lying. He was lying. We've just watched the video of Dirty Baba Ahmed. I think we need to be watching it every day to, you know, energize us and to tutor us on the law as it stands, on the constitution. He was talking constitution. He was just stating the constitution as it is. And this man comes and says he is being using fascist language. What he is saying is the constitution must be followed. That is what should be followed, the constitution. We are a nation that should be governed by a constitution. So what is wrong with him saying that it should be followed? And he is saying that he's using fascist language. It has to be him. It has to be this. He has to, you know. Man, please, your time has, the bucket is around the corner for you to just kick it. And then let us move on. Because he's here to just derail the whole nation, to derail the whole movement. Let me tell you something. His handlers gave him those specific words that he brought out. It is not just by and by. It is intentional. It is all planned and scripted. He was meant to drop those words, to hit up the polity. Because remember, they are trying to give a dog a bad name so that they can stone it. So what they are trying to do right now with lying Mohammed, globe-trotting all around with nappies, telling people that treason has been committed by our one and only. But we know that that is not the case. So they are trying to increase the tempo, escalate matters, and trying to bring all these words. Remember, we spoke about words yesterday. Go and look at what David Hundayin wrote about words yesterday. They are powerful. If we listen to those words that this man is saying and we allow it to sink into our spirit without pushing back, what I am doing here today is to push back, with my own words and to tell him that there was nothing as fascist that was said. I'm pushing back to tell him that there was nothing menacing that was said. What is menacing is what his taskmasters, his paymasters have been unleashing on Nigerians. What happened in INEC, in Labour Party office is menacing. What happened in INEC party office is fascist, is dangerous, is evil. What are they trying to do? To silence the mouth of people, to silence our will. They are trying to put fear in us. Remember, fear and faith are two polar opposites. While we have faith, they are trying to put fear in us to kill our faith. It is because of the faith that we have. We are still standing this matter. We are still fighting this matter. So they are trying to push fear in every angle. Yes, they went there to go and take any information that they can find that is supposed to be our own. What do you use? What is this word to use as your own evidence? You know, they went there to go and take our evidence away from us. They are fighting us. Remember that. These people are fighting us. What is the police saying? They came with police. They came with people in military uniform, police uniform. If the uniform is fake or not fake, there was an intent with that uniform. It's to intimidate us, to let us know that yes, The security apparatus are in their own pockets. What a shame. What a shame to the so-called security apparatus that you cannot come out and man up. Be men to show that you're not in everybody's pocket. Did they blackmail you? Come out and speak up. We will back you up. We will back you up. Nigeria will no longer stand it. You see, the currency of this day, the currency of their blackmail it's countless. They will go to people that they know will not stand the onslaught. But I'm here to speak to anybody, no matter how big or small that blackmail is, to say speak up. When you put something in the light, it loses, the darkness loses power over it. When you put it out there and say, look, oh, they asked me to do this, but because they are blackmailing me, I have done wrong in my past, but I cannot do what they are asking me. Nigerians will hail you. Nigerians will hail you. Your sins will be sins of the past. Don't worry. They will, because that is, how many will they blackmail? I'm speaking to the judges that are sitting in that are going to sit on this panel, that are going to be part of this process. I am speaking to you to stand your truth. There is nothing like blackmail. We will still love you. You have by shunning it. You will be the hero of this struggle. You will be the hero. The people, your children will stand and be proud of you. You refuse to cower to another man's evil. Now, talking about Mr. Mogalu, honestly, you see, like I said yesterday, now we are beginning to know them. Please, Nigerians, keep watch. These are the kind of Nigerians that we do not want in our new Nigeria. You see, he is another disruptor that has come to give weight to a disruptor that has come before him. Yeah? And he even now insulted us by saying we are not cultured. Hey, Nigerians, because he has been in place of favor, and him and his cohorts have kept you down and have deprived you of basic quality of life. They now see us as dogs. Him and Soyinka, they talk about the obedience in demeaning language. And that is it. When they are demeaning us, they are trying to give us a name so they can run with it. Say no. Put in every platform, wherever they are talking, put the focus, put the issues on ground, put LP 75 under there, put their crimes, put all that they have done in the past and put it. These are the issues that we should focus on, not on their gymnastics, political gymnastics. He has been going around gallivanting from one media house to the other. His handlers are telling him what to do. These people are not working in isolation. Do you think he left his comfort to just come and sit down in channels and what do you call it now? And arise? And I'm even I wanted them to ask him exactly. So what Mr. Dati said, what was wrong with what he said about the fact that the mandate that these people came on with? Is it mandate he used? What was the word? He said they came on with I think something false. The process that brought them on is false. Why did they not ask him? Why did he not talk on that? Is that he lying? Is it not true? Did this man come clean hands? What did the Constitution say about anybody who wants to run Nigeria? Should they be convicted criminals? Should they be fraudsters? What is the Constitution saying about people putting going for the same office at the same time? Is he lying? Why didn't he talk to that? These people are jokers, Nigerians. Let us not be succumbed by their status and position, because we are beginning to understand that they did not merit those status. They were given those status for a time such as this to disrupt us, to cause confusion in our camp, but let us not allow them. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Busy Brains, for saying it how it is all the time. I appreciate you, madam. Thank you. Okay, Augustine, I would like to hear from you now in the next 6 minutes, if you're there.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Once again.
I greet everybody. I think without wasting time, let me quickly dispense of Kingsley Moghalu's braggadocio. You see, this is the problem with the so-called Nigerian elites. He said he gave up his political ambition because the youths are not ready. Because they didn't select you. Because the youth selected Peter Obi, then they are not ready until they select you. He's wasting his time. And then this idea of leaking ass to be able to belong, I wonder what he said. He should have blamed Soyinka. Well, Ndi Igbo, Kingsley's tribal people are being slaughtered in Lagos. Nnewi, particularly where he comes from, are into motor spare parts business. What did Kingsley say? What did Kingsley Moghalu say? Let him come up. If he's listening, let him tell us what he said. Oluomo challenged that Mama Chukwu, his own people, should not vote. What did Kingsley Moghalu say? He kept quiet until Wole Soyinka speaks. He said Wole Soyinka supported his ambition. Ambition, my foot. You see, this is exactly the hypocrisy you hear from these people. You think that they are with you. They are all surprised because the majority of Nigerians, the downtrodden, they've been suffering since independence. They decided to say, oh, we've seen a savior in Peter Obi. Therefore, they rallied around him. Now, every other politician will be making noise. Have we forgotten what Ike Ekweremadu said on his way to the airport? The day he thought that he's coming back to come and contest a PDP governorship seat in Enugu State. Have we forgotten? Now, where is Ike Ekweremadu? And these are the people that some commentators will be somewhere say, hey, Igbos are not this. These are not the people. These are just paid agents to come and destabilize their people. Let Kingsley tell us what he said on 25th when his people were disenfranchised. I mean, on 18th, when they were busy going, and if care is not taken, because Nnewi, his people are very rich. Most of the houses in Lagos, they own it, particularly in that ward of Yaxis. They were threatening Ndigbo in the night, going to stab them and kill them. What did Kingsley Moghalu say? If care is not taken, somebody from his kindred, not just town, not village, that's what they call Omunna, must be there. What did he say? He's afraid to talk because he felt that if he criticizes or speaks up, maybe 2027 or what they promise him, one big position, he won't be able to get it. You see, these are the things. When people like in those days, when Nnamdi Kanu is saying all these things and they insult him, they said, hey, the guy doesn't insult us. He has to consult. Now tell me, under what moral justification will somebody go and consult Kingsley Moghalu in terms of what? When your people are in pains, you refuse to speak. Oluomo was dishing, threatening people. 24 hours later, what he threatened was carried out, and Kingsley didn't say anything. He was just keeping quiet until Baba Ahmed come and spoke up like a man. He said, "I'm not afraid." He spoke up. Then Kingsley had to crawl out from I don't know where he's eating, whether he's eating agbado like them. Then he came out to come and challenge them. You see, this anyway, well, I know now, it's only very few that they are going to deceive. Kingsley Moghalu cannot win an election in Anambra State. Let him go and note it down. If you feel you are so good as a politician to come to the national stage, go and try your local level and see. Peter Obi is going to the national level because he said, go to Anambra and verify. Most people are voting for Peter Obi, not because Peter Obi has been a minister before, or ambassador, or chairman of one board, or maybe resided in Abuja, Kaduna, Kano, or Lagos. No. He said, go to Anambra and check. Go and verify. And people came there and say it's true. So if we can do it in Anambra, come and do it at the center. Can Kingsley Moghalu, can he go to Anambra State, contest a councillorship seat? He won't win. These are people that we just, if they find their way into Arise News, studio, or Channels TV studio, or maybe TVC, which is the national news, the national, I don't know, where they practice junk journalism. This where they go and they start to wax strong and start to speak. They do this, all those ones are rubbish. Go to the street, go to Anambra and tell them he's from Anambra State. Go to Anambra. Who knows him? Nobody. But when Peter Obi is going, Kingsley Moghalu needs a security to pass through Anambra State. If he doesn't know, they will be in their tinted cars and be running, come in the midnight. Obi will walk from Onisha to Oka on foot. Nothing will happen to him. Rather, people will even close their shop and be hailing him. Okute, Okute. Why? People that, the moment they hear that Peter Okute is in town, no more. Everywhere. The day they are Soludo is celebrating a first anniversary, people saw what happened. Look at the thunderous applause. Now, when people like this come, is slashing on the wings of Wole Soyinka to come and talk to Ahmed. Look, Kingsley and what is the name? Dr. Yusuf Ahmed Dati. He came out, built 2 universities. And this is a man, my love for Ahmed Dati he's more like a Peter Obi. As a senator, they were giving them opportunity to buy the houses they were living. He said, well, since it was passed, it's not a secret. Everybody's doing it. They were authorized to. But he said, I won't do. Morally, he said, no, I have money. I won't buy it. He refused to buy. Only him. The others did it. So this is what you mean. This is what something like political pluses you can then batter when you want to contest the election, and not for you to just be somewhere after 4 years you surface, then you want to be president. Fair enough, you weren't given, and then you come back. The user, who told you the user are not ready? If they are not ready, they wouldn't come out to vote for Peter Obi. So until you are voted for, that's where you know the user are ready. See all this type of selfish politics. The people are way past it. If you are not popular, test yourself at the grassroots. Democracy is the government of the people. As Indibo, they say you have to consider you. In other words, your goodness should start. Charity should start from home. Though it won't end that, but you have to begin from home. Go to Anambra and test your popularity. Who will listen to you? All you know is when you go to Abuja, you stay there, then you connect to one journalist and give interview. Tomorrow they say you spoke. What did you do? Ordinary, if you are so good, go to unknown party and contest and let us see. You go to why you was in YPP, nothing. He thought that they will beg him to come a PDP or whatever, nothing. Peter Obi left PDP, a popular party, and moved to Labour, relatively unknown. And look at the fortunes of Labour has changed. Why can't Kingsley go and change one relatively unknown party if he feels that he's so popular to challenge even Ahmed Dati? And we're enough said about that. Now, the thing I want to say about Peter Obi leaving, he's under pressure. Well, I wouldn't say he's not, but I know Peter Obi, won't go anywhere. So so that is settled. I'm not losing sleep. Unless maybe they came to him, tied him, just bundle him into an aircraft. Before you know it, you see him in one European capital. They said they've taken Peter Obi away. No, it's true now. I have to say it. I have to say it. That is the only thing that we hear Peter Obi. And with all these things, he's the man that tells you he lives at Onitsha. I think the address is the #1 Niger Street. He says it's open. He lives there. He's not afraid. All these Kingsley, them talking nonsense. Where do they live? Can they come on air and advertise their address? Peter Obi will tell you this is where I live, because he hasn't got anything to hide. He hasn't got anything. He's very open, because if you are not having anything, nobody will say, if you are not having anything, nobody will say bring it and let us see. So that is the issue. All these people making noise. Peter Obi is not going anywhere. If that is a propaganda they are planting, maybe to say, oh, the man is have to leave. Leave for what? When you have a case and you are winning. All these things is just a ploy by APC to divert attention. The burning issue since last week has been Bola Tinubu's drug deal. They want the issue to be swept under the carpet. It's a lie. Here in Niger Watch, we'll be debating it. We'll be highlighting it as a talking point. It cannot go away. It's a global shame. All they are trying to do, like Peter, so that they turn it to Peter Obi. Okay, now look at the born liar, the oracle of lies himself, called Liar Mohammed. He's a Yoruba man. No, let's call a spade a spade. But he's attacking Afenifere. Afenifere invested in Peter Obi. They lost. What do they invest? Ayo Adebanjo said, we are voting for Peter Obi because one, I mean, even Akerere Bokno, Koforola Akerere Bokno, former deputy governor of Lagos State, he said, we the Afenifere in Yorubas, we are very, very objective and we like equity. That the South has taken their share, the Southwest through Obasanjo. When it comes down to the South, naturally they have to support the Southeast, and that's why they threw their weight behind Peter Obi and told Peter Obi that what we want agenda is restructure Nigeria. It is in the interest of Nigeria to survive when it is restructured. They made it open. There's no backhand deal. They said it. That's why even they said they supported. Ayo Adebanjo said they supported Buhari in 2007 when he was using what is it called Takia as a Fulani Takia and to dribble them. Ayo Adebanjo said I voted for Buhari because he was talking of restructuring. So that is the agenda of the Southwest. Not that the Afenifere love Buhari more than themselves. I mean, love Peter Obi. But because this is what they say, restructure Nigeria so that we can have peace, decentralize the center, then we can develop at our own pace. And then all these squabbles at the federal level, we stop. That's what they told Peter Obi. And moreover, they supported the president from the Southeast. They made it known, it's not hidden. So what is Lai Mohammed coming to talk? You know, that man, if there is nothing, just like somebody in the infantry, an infantry soldier, an infantry soldier can never be, cannot have rest of mind. He will just fabricate something in the hope that the enemy will shout. Then he will say, okay, yeah, this is where the enemy is. So that is exactly what Lai Mohammed is doing. So let me now conclude by saying Peter Obi is going nowhere. Wole Soyinka, they can say all what they want to. It's English language, Ahmed, that he spoke. As long as he spoke English language and they can understand the English language and interpret it, you don't need anybody to come and tell me anything. So that one is neither here nor. It's just like sowing a wind and expecting to reap something that is not the real wind. He's just making a mistake. But in his own form, as an advice, if I can advise him, he's far older than my father even. Let him know when to quit the stage. All these are braggadocio, Agidi, we no go agree. We do it under Abacha, we do it under this. All those ones. Everything has a sunset. He has a sunset clause. Soyinka should go home. Like Mother Rita will say, let him enter house. So that when he dies, people can say, okay, we can now come and then make a procession and bury him and say, give him an honor. If he's talking like this, the day he will die on song and on wept. Thank you.
Thank you, CM. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I have a caller right here. Hello, Mr. Dewale. Thanks for calling in. Please talk to us. Good evening to you.
Yeah. How are you? Thanks for taking my call. Just a quick one. Again, I will just want to put everything, as far as I'm concerned, this is my own opinion, on the Nigerian media. The Nigerian media is complicit in this regard. The media, either to say they are lazy, unprofessional, like I said, I just don't know. But I would prefer to say that they are lazy and unprofessional. What stops there are two errors here. Channel had this interview with that. Fine. The next day, he brought in Festus Keyamo. What stops Shehu on that very day? Bringing in side by side the same comment, even worse stuff comment made by Buhari, made by Osibajo, to confront Festus Keyamo on that very day, side by side. They will have silenced this right off the bat on that particular day.
You're right.
That's one. Arise made the same error yesterday. They couldn't stop Professor Wole Soyinka, bring on the statement made by Osibajo, made by Buhari, side by side. So what will I say? My conclusion is that they are lazy. They don't do their work. They are not professional. They just come in with prepared answers. They will not go by. You are bringing in this person. You should have done your research and you know the line of questions you are going to pursue. You should have done your research. Get ready. Bring this video side by side. Put them on the spot. That's what professional journalists does.
Yeah.
So they are complicit here. Completely complicit here. That's my take. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for calling in. I agree with this. This is the problem. Is also part of the problem we are facing. We already know. It's just like, look at the British media. When the British media, they are asking you questions. In fact, when they counter you, you'll be shaking. If you guys remember when the British media were interviewing the former Prime Minister, is it Gordon Brown, right? You see the question they are throwing to him. Not in Nigeria, it's like we romance them. We rub shoulder with them. We pet them. When they are speaking, we continue to say, sir, 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 sir. You don't say sir from the beginning, just passing your questions. In fact, the problem that we have in Nigeria is a lot. Let me hear from the next person. We are still working hard to bring our guest in, so be patient with us. This will happen anytime soon. Okay, but before that, let's hear from Init TV. Init TV, thank you very much, sir, for your patience. I would like to hear from you, sir. 6 minutes.
Hello.
Hello, sir. We can hear you. Good evening to you.
Good evening, and good evening, everybody. I greet the panelists and all that are viewing. First of all, I want to say that Wole Soyinka is like my senior colleague. I grew up getting to know him, and I've always admired, I cherished him because of his vast ideas. But when I listened to the interview, I was disappointed. If there is a word harsh than disappointed, I will use. All the synonyms that has to do with disappointment are just, running through my head. He came for one reason, and that's to kill Peter Obi and bury him. Literally speaking, that is what he came for. And that is what the 30 minutes that he spent there, that was his aim and objective. And that was what he did try to do. Why? Wole Soyinka is a man that is very vast with words, with lexicon. He is very good at it. So he consciously picked the harsh words to say against Peter Obi, against Ahmed Baba Dati, and even the obedient were not even spared. His words were venomous. I listened to him. I could not really think this was somebody that we have all rated as one of those nationalists. I almost shed tears. My question is, why do good people get so much hate? Why do people hate Peter Obi so much? Why do people hate somebody that have sacrificed a lot?
Okay,
this is
sorry that I have to stop you. Your words are very emotional, but I'm not sure they hate Peter Obi. They hate the Igbo people. It's the Igbo people. These satanic people have vowed that they will not allow Igbo people to rule as a president. That's my thing. I'm not sure that their hatred is just focusing on one particular person. No, they don't want Igbo person to become a president. That's my take, though. I don't know. Go ahead, sir.
But they want Igbo to be part of Nigeria. You see?
Do you know that he also went further to say that Buhari was sworn in before his judgment? What was he implying? He was literally begging for Minister of External Affairs. If you go back to the interview, he almost came out and said, please, make una give me Minister of external affair. I is that the price for Wole Soyinka that I know of? I just don't know what to say. I was disappointed, man. So that is for that. And I want to say that Peter Obi has given us a lot. He has tried his best, and I know he will carry on this fight. But we need to pray for him, because it is not easy to fight against the government in power. They will use all machineries to fight you. They are going to use all machineries to fight you. Do you know that Peter Obi even withdrew his daughter before he started campaign from the school she was teaching? So the whole thing is getting on my nerves. I'm beginning to. I just pray that he can carry on, because when the state comes on you, I don't know. They are going to use everything. The news that we had today was that even now in the north, they are beginning to use the fake video to campaign against Peter Obi as somebody that is a religious, how do I say it, that is partial, that is against the Muslim. They just want this man out. And if we looked at the whole thing, he is the pathfinder for good governance in Nigeria. There is not even Kingsley Moghalu have that charisma, have that zest to do good for the country. So I look at the whole thing, sometimes I want to cry, I want to shout. I just don't know if Nigeria, if we can find the right path. I just don't know. If we do, it's going to be by the grace of God. And that is the more reason why we should continue to pray for Peter Obi, for the Labour Party, and for we too. There was also a news that the court has even suspended the Labour Party chairman. Probably
that's been taken. He's not standing.
Okay. Probably they are trying to inject
that have not been confirmed, sir. That have not been confirmed. Okay.
That the courts asked him to stop acting as the chairman.
Yes, it's not. There's still questions around it, so I don't really want us to talk about it yet until it's confirmed. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So those are the things that the states, the APC, and all the rest are doing. So my question is, can Peter Obi survive all this attack? He's human. He's a man. It will get to a certain stage. Even those around him will tell him, now you spoil the country, why you want die for the country? I just pray it does not come to that. So that is all I have to say for now. I'll indulge you and all the panelists that we should keep doing what we are doing. We should keep praying for him, for his family, and those that are close to him.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, maybe God will hear our prayer and be able to to salvage the situation. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission. All right, guys, I would like to use this opportunity to let you guys know that our visitor is still coming. He's currently in a meeting, according to him. In fact, I'll let you guys know who we are waiting for. I'm still not going to mention name, but you can digest that yourself. We are waiting for a senior advocate of Nigeria, his son. So I'll put it like that. Where we can pass questions and all that. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria. You know what that means. So anytime from now, he will be joining us so that, yeah, you know, we can ask him light questions concerning what we are going, what is our hope and all that. Where are we going? Do we even have hope and all that? I think he should know better than us. So yeah, please be patient with us. We are still here. It's just 2 hours, 38 minutes, still counting. So we have enough time to wait and wait for him. God bless you all. Okay, I would like to hear from the next person here, which is, okay, let me pick this call. Hello, thank you very much, Madam Bidins Peterson. Thanks for calling in. Please talk to us.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Elvis and panelists. I greet everyone. I just want to talk on Magalu, and I am glad all these people are coming out. We are still going to see more of them. You know, this election has really exposed all these people that are coming with, they wear a face of, they want to lie to us, deceive us, but this election is exposing all of them, even up to Wale Soyinka. If you remember, when the pirate came up with the song of Emiloko, he was the first person that came out to query that. That why are they singing that they don't have respect for Tinubu? So he's been a very biased and a tribalistic person all along. I know that. On Magalu, they are all just playing their political cards right now. But unfortunately for them, we the obedient, we the Nigerian good people that want a new Nigeria is seeing now that these people that are coming out, deceiving us that they will give us something new, Magalu and Co, even Showore, they don't mean well. They are after their own political greed. This is what I am taking out from all this that is happening right now. More of them is still going to be exposed. More of them will come. Regarding our principal that the pressure is there, I don't see him going anywhere. It is a fight to finish. Mr. Peter Obi is a fighter and he's a rock. When they call him Okute, Okute means rock, stone, hard stone. He is that kind of a man. I don't have this premonition in me that he's going to back down. And we are also backing him up. It is no retreat, no surrender. Thank you so much. We are still going to the Congress in Washington on the 26th, and we are compiling everything to put forward to them, including this recent development.
Thank you, Madam. God bless you, Madam. Thank you so much for all you're doing.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Uncle Elvis, checkpoint. There's details about what happened in the Labour Party headquarters in Abuja. Checkpoint.
Okay, all right. I think I already gave the details out already, but I'll check it. 1 minute. Thank you very much, Madam, for calling back. Please talk to us quickly. Good evening to you.
Yes, Mr. Niger was, please, sorry, I couldn't just ignore the last speaker. You know, the one that, okay, I understand everybody's worried, but at the same time, we shouldn't give in to these people. Peter Obi will be sworn in. Yeah. He's going to face a good fight, but our president is received it, you know, he is not going to give up.
Okay.
So I just want us to know that this is the hand of God. I've said it here several times that the hand of God is on Nigeria. Nobody can separate Nigeria. Nobody, no power can stop Peter Obi. God is in charge. Of course, we are going to face the fight, but Peter Obi will be sworn in victorious.
Thank you.
Victorious with that, our vice president.
Thank you.
We should all come
and
be
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the hope. Hello. Yeah, good evening to you. Your name and where you are calling us from?
Hello, Mr. Nigeria Wash. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you, madam. What's your name?
My name is Adobe. I've been on your listing twice, but maybe my network has been really bad. Your panel twice.
Okay, okay, Adobe. Okay, thank you.
Adobe.
Thank you.
Yes.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Berlin, Germany.
Berlin, because you are using a Nigerian number, right?
Yes,
okay, go
long
ahead.
Story short, but
okay.
I'm in Berlin
You're
right
in Berlin.
now.
Okay, talk to us.
So yes. So in fact, this election I've been really down seriously because I've been alone with my babies and I'll be like, what is happening in Nigeria, for goodness sake? I just came into Berlin last year to give birth to my babies.
Okay.
You know, I just had triplets. So I was like,
congratulations.
Thank you very much. But my husband lives here. So I was like, okay, I'll go back. My husband was like, after election, you can go back. But for now, just stay. As if he knew what was going to happen. So after election, I was just hearing all these stories, watching through. I was really, really depressed, like seriously depressed. And thank God I came across your channel. And since then, I've been having hope, like seriously. So, and I said, okay, I would definitely have to talk because I live in Lagos, and I live like in downtown Lagos. I live at Orile, and everybody knows that Orile is like one of those ghettos in Lagos.
Mm-hmm.
So let me start with MC Oluomo. MC Oluomo, that guy, the kind of security with the flow, that guy no be small thing. Like seriously, when he's coming down to Orile side or anything, as in the roads are blocked, you can't even pass through that place. It is that bad. They can even stab you there or do anything to you there. The so-called police will come and carry your dead body. Nobody will say anything about it. I am serious. Like if they start, nobody will see your dead body again. Even the police, if you can't even go to report anything there. The boys that follows him, they carry guns. They have guns. Another sister was telling me the other day because they have their own house somewhere in Lagos, and she was telling me that they started giving prepaid meter to Yoruba people. When they came to their own house, they jumped. So she was like, maybe they are the only people do. When she came out, the other landlords, they were Igbo, and started telling her too that they didn't give them
prepaid
meter because they are Igbos. So this guy is not yet the president, and this kind of a thing is happening. Like it's happening live. So imagine the trauma and the tension that the whole thing is giving me.
Wow. Thank you. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for sharing with us.
It's so difficult. So what I also want to say is, like the man, he said that Obi is a human being. He needs our support right now more than anything. I think we should start doing it like a jingle or counter most of these things these people are doing to him. He needs to feel that the people love him.
That's what we're doing.
He needs to feel us.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to see it. He needs to feel. We need to encourage him, because right now I can imagine what he's going through.
Yeah.
You know, so he needs to be encouraged. We need to do something for him so that the whole world will see him. I mean, see us that truly these people, they love this man. Truly these people voted for this man. And truly, Obi will see that, yes, I have my people solidly behind me, not minding the so-called fake audio that they are releasing, no minding the terrorists and the terrorism they want to put on his head.
Thank you.
So that is it. So I think we should, that is what the angle I'm looking at it, that we can start doing something for him so that he can feed us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam, for calling in. I really appreciate this. Thank you. Okay, Unayeram, they are sharing, giving out a prepaid meter in Lagos, and when you are Igbo person, they will jump you past. You know, I don't know whether that English aligned. They'll jump you past. So they ask where you are from. You are Igbo? No. They'll give it to Yoruba people, but not Igbo people. It's already happening. The lady just called now. Not me talk. You know, it's already happening. These people, they are not yet a president, according to her. And yeah, if I have to align with what she's saying, they are not yet in power. Look what is happening in Lagos. Let's hear from the next person. Samuel, thank you very much for your patience. Please talk to us in 6 minutes.
Good evening.
Good evening, my brother. Thank you. Please talk to us.
Yeah, good evening, Nigeria. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Actually, after this, my talk, I think I'm going to leave my space to anybody. Actually, my focus is going to be why I even called in today was because of Ahmed Tati's and Soyinka's statement based yesterday when I was listening to the program. I think I feel I wanted to talk, but the panel was already full. So I said today, let me take this opportunity and say, and on a serious note, I think that is a very serious issue. And am I being heard? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you. I can hear you anyway.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. Okay, so so I want to talk a little in defense of Ahmed Dati. And frankly speaking, Wole Soyinka has really disappointed, really disappointed Nigeria and really disappointed democracy. And in fact, has given a kudos to those who are raping democracy in Nigeria. And he said that since independence or something like that, that he had not seen anybody speak so harshly to the judiciary like Dati did. That in fact, Dati was threatening judiciary. But I want to put it this way to Wole Soyinka, that he is the one, in fact, that is threatening democracy. In fact, he is encouraging the rape and destruction of democracy in Nigeria. And I think we should give Dati a lot of commendation for taking a bold stand, because to me, since independence, I think anybody who has defended democracy the way Dati has, I have not seen. Well, if there is, I would like somebody to show me. But for me, I think that is the best defense of democracy I've seen anybody to have done. Why do I say this? What did Dati say? Dati said that INEC, if you inaugurate a president on May 29 by a process that does not meet constitutional tenets, you are killing democracy. And told the judiciary, the Supreme Court, do not participate in an illegitimate activity of bringing an undemocratic process that does not meet democratic standard, which is going by constitution. That is a serious matter. It is a very serious matter. And I like Dati's boldness. When he was saying that, he was not smiling. And I think he told Sheon something. If you don't want the answer to certain questions, don't ask them. Because it's a very serious matter. And Dati's put himself to say such a thing, irrespective of what. I don't think at this point Dati is scared of being arrested. Neither is Peter Obi. And I think that is the kind of politicians we lack in this country. A lot of politicians that are just scared of being arrested, that are scared of their daily bread taken away from them. That is not Dati. And that is not Peter Obi. Normally, I don't like putting myself in political things that much. But I felt bad that Wole Soyinka, who is supposed to be a defender of the tenets of nationhood and true democracy, and a lot of professors in Nigeria united to legitimize an irregularity and call that Yakubu's election. It is not Nigerian's election. It's Yakubu's INEC election. Selection, rather. And why I'm very bitter is this. Before I go on, let me define what is democracy and say why Dati is absolutely correct in all he said. Democracy, as was defined by Abraham Lincoln, is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. If I may ask even the panel or Nigeria, this election, was it an election of by the people, for the people, and of the people, or an election of INEC for Mahmoud and by APC? It pains me this much because if you elect a government by an election, 2023 election, that does not satisfy even the least expectation of transparency, you call that democracy? Where people were disenfranchised, where people were maimed and killed. A lot of money was given to Mahmoud to conduct elections. And what is so undemocratic is that Mahmoud kept giving us the promise for long that he was going to use the beavers, he was going to use the IRF, he was going to ensure transmission. In fact, he gave those promises. Why did he give those promises? Because he knows that that is how a democratic process is defined. For you to say you are running a democracy as a nation, one cardinal pillar for you to say that you are running a democracy is your election. Let me put it to you and put it to Nigeria, that in fact the whole world, your election determines or shows that you are actually running a democracy. In fact, Ahmed was, Dati was even mild to tell Nigerians that, look, you are killing democracy. The fact is, for long, I don't think democracy has really been operated in Nigeria. He's just even telling us on a mild note. Because when our election has never been trusted, never been fair, that is not a democracy. Because if your election nearing process does not depict the fact that the people are the ones that really made that choice, then it's not a government of the people. And it's not a government by the people. Because are you making that choice that reflects the will of the people? How do you show that it reflects the will of the people? It's when the process that brings that person is transparent and show that. But how on earth will INEC give us a result that up till this date over 9,000 has not been released, and you are telling us that it is the will of the people? And INEC made an election that is still does not satisfy the 25% that even the vice presidential candidate of APC is not yet, and not just that, Tinubu's record. So INEC is simply telling us that you can have a dirty record anywhere in the world and you are eligible to run for Nigeria, provided you are in the party or you are in the tribe or so that is allowed to do whatever you want to do. You can't do that.
Thank
you. So, in conclusion, I am saying that he is right in any way. And Wole Soyinka, what he did was really, really wrong to have done that, to have insulted Nigerians' intelligence, and in defending those who are out to destroy democracy. To me, kudos to Dati. Might not be easy, but kudos to him. He won my heart a lot by that. Thank you.
God bless you, my brother Samuel. Yes, of course, anybody that stands for the people will win the heart of the people. That's it. There's no two ways about it. If you stand with the satanic people, you win the money. If you stand with the people, you win the heart of the people. That Ahmed have proved that is with the people. Why Wole Soyinka prove or show to us that he has always been for the satanic leaders have caused every one of us pains. So it's obvious. So that's fine. We can see this. You don't need to tell me who you are. You know, with your character, how you carried yourself. It's just like look at Mongalo, kiss the Mongalo. You know, when these people they are exposing themselves, in most cases they don't realize it. In his statement, I support what Showo Inka says 100%. And he went on by saying how Wole Soyinka endorsed him in 2019. You see, when God is punishing these people, even themselves will not realize it. Because normally, he shouldn't have put that there. But he did not read or listen to himself when he was talking. So that means automatically, for people like us to digest his statement, you were supporting Wole Soyinka based on what you have previously benefited from him and what you will prospectively benefit from him again. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Edwin. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for your patience. Please talk to us.
Thank you very much, Nadia Watch. Fellow panelists, I greet all of you. I greet everybody. I will now say those people who are contributing vividly from the panel, outside the panel, I say thank you all for fighting the fight for Nigeria. I would say this is the first time Nigeria election has been tested and it end up not trusted. Nigeria election, first time it has been tested, ends up not being trusted. Because this is the first time the real people have come out to say, let me really do it. This is the first time people were not interested in taking money. They want to do it to their conscience. So for me, it was a tested election, and then it ends up not being trusted. Also in Casa, you said that Dati threatened the judiciary. I don't know what you call threats. To me, Dati words to the judiciary was just an advice not to soil their name, their dignity, their office, their intelligence, their trust that Nigerians has built on them, not to be soiled, not to be tempered, not to be insulted. I think that is what he was telling them. By telling them, you the judiciary, don't partake and don't involve in swearing in somebody that is not duly elected by the people. But you forgot that Festus Kayamon told Nigerians that they will make Nigeria a hell for anybody to govern when it is not them, their principal elected. See how nice you are. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Your extreme thoughts about this issue, with your personality, it pains me to read the spirit of human torture for people like you to behave so low, like a child attending the kindergarten. It does not sound like you, whom the whole world have known and read about. With the virtues of your work has earned you a name, but the virtues of corruption has soiled that name to nothing. Nothing, barely nothing. It's a shameful situation. Have you ever, since you were born, sir, have you ever seen where election is being declared by 4 a.m. in the night? If I may ask you, you are older than me. Maybe you've experienced that, but for me, I have not. And if not, why don't you put it into questioning? Why don't you put it into reasoning, asking, finding out, why must this thing go this way if it is genuine and if it is being done with honesty? Sir, hear my voice and try to have answer to all these things. You see one thing, it's a painful thing that they just added your voice to the other voice to put pressure on Labour Party and our principal, vis-a-vis. You know what? He knows his people. And the people that are using you also knows that you are a voice to a lot of Nigerians and people outside the world That's why they now ask you to also come in vis-a-vis, to come and give us a cockaboo story. And literally you did it without the audacity of understanding. I'm ashamed of you. You know what you build up in campuses, what they stand for. But today, you are against that principality. You're against that principality. Your movements were all about oppression, against oppression, standing against oppression. But today, you are oppressing people. See how nice you are. Well, I'll tell you one thing. The fight has just begun. But you know where the whole thing has insulted your intelligence? All of you that has been agitating, trying to cite violence, incite it directly or indirectly with words, have all been, I'm sorry to say, the Yoruba ethnic people. Meaning, you want to change this thing to a tribal problem, a tribal war, and a religious problem. People want, these are the two weapons people want to use now. One, you took Muslim ticket. You did not even ask. Is there any other intelligent Nigerian that can also do this job in the whole of APC? You were not interested. Now that is failing. This afternoon, the Muslim youth were now saying they give Labour Party, our principal, 3 days to say he never said anything about the video. I mean, about the voice clip. And God knows the best. And luckily enough, this afternoon, he has reiterated his statement by saying that video clip was not true. It was not from him. And because he's an intelligent man, he will not be stupid. He thinks before he say. He does not say before he thinks. Now, people are now bringing in tribal problem, as this is just the thing or the election for the Yoruba people. No. There are intelligent and respected Yorubas out there who are decided to disassociate themselves with this rubbish. But you, the man of all people, at the time the society need your back and your support, you are turning your back against the entire society of Nigeria. How is the mighty falling? Religious war, ethnic problem will not carry us forward. I just want you to know. You are more than this, you know more than this, and you are supposed to present yourself more than this. But now that you've now said the balancement of tomorrow will give you what you want on top of your table, I don't know what they will give to you that will satisfy you to come so low. You're going to go and buy rice after the seller dish on your plate. If the one you buy for 15 naira will not satisfy you, why do you think Madam Pujara will be the one to satisfy you? Sleep with it. I yield for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. All right. The good news about it is that our guest just called me now that it will be with us in the next 10 minutes. So at least before, we still have one person or two that needs to talk to us. But in case you are the one talking when he's ready to join the screen, I will stop you. And we'll be removing the last person that came in, into the studio at that particular time so that they can have the opportunity to come in. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria, but I'll mention his name later. Saying witches and wizards, all these leaders, they're not good. They're not like us. So if you ask me to describe them, I'll describe them as witch or wizard or satanic or devil. So I make me never want. So we have lots of senior advocate of senior advocate of Nigeria for inside Nigeria, right? Or rather all over the world. So if you have to digest the one way they come for inside now, before you go call reach 30, It will take you time. So that make me never mention name. No more than obvious. I don't mention names since. But meanwhile, let's hear from God's Power. God's Power, unmute yourself. And whenever you unmute yourself, God's Power, there's so much distraction. We hear ourselves back. Please try to turn down all your devices and talk to us in 6 minutes. Good evening to you.
Okay, good evening. Good evening, house. My co-panelists and the commenters and the lover of truth that are watching all over the whole world. I hear and salute everyone. I don't really have much to say, but in my saying, I will still bring my submission. First of all, there's a proverb that goes like this: an header cannot be in a market whereby the head of a lady child is being dislocated. This proverb is meant for Professor Wale Soyinka. Thank God that this 2023 election has exposed so many hypocrites, so many people hiding under the people that are fighting for a greater democracy. And it's been obvious and it's been so pain or so saddened that a lot of people are looking onto are just hypocrites. Anyway, I'm not surprised because most of them are still going to be exposed. That is why somebody said something that this 2020 election that this our principal come out to run, aside from him want to come and challenge all those evil ones that have been ruling, because I cannot call them a leader. They are rulers. It's exposing a lot of people there. And there's one thing I want us to know. Despite our principal, Mr. Obi, said that he's being under pressure, I concur with our CM that it's not going to go anywhere. You understand? Since they've been trying to do their own damage control, I think he himself is trying to like throw it back to them so that they will, because he's a very wise man. He's a very wise man. So as he said that, I believe that the camp of enemy might be rejoicing somehow that he's throwing out the towel, which I believe that he's not going to do that, because I believe that before he stand out and say, I want to uh, bring my people from this wicked and satanic leaders, he must have thought about it. He must have think about the risk of it, because these people, like, they are like a maggot that are eating on the womb for long. So he must have thought about it. So he's not scared about them. He's a very strong man, I believe. The names, follows him. He's a rock. So I believe that a rock can tear anything. And I believe that he's not going to give up. Then on the other side of our judiciary, yesterday after the program, I watched this Mr. Abakuba interview. The man stated clear how a judiciary that are works in the country. He stated everything. So after I watched it, I started realizing that so these people purposely pause and stop a lot of things that are supposed to have been cleared, that are supposed to have been attended to, just because of this their damage control that they've been doing all up and down. I say, oh, so this is the reason why these people are doing that. Then I went ahead to go and watch this Professor Wale Soyinka. Please, my dear people, don't be surprised. Because when I watching him, it was being said, I cannot hear you, I cannot hear you. I know that all those things are just formed. He's hearing everything. He's just trying to be debunking some of the questions that they are asking him, because he has a game plan. He knows what he wants to answer the journalist. Okay, that's by the way. And another thing I want us to know, for a country to stand, or for people to claim that they are fighting for a good governance and a good democracy, I think I will want to refer Professor Wale Soyinka to go and be listening to some great professor when they are talking. especially people that are fighting for a real democracy of the country. If he cares to, he should go and listen to Professor Paul Lumumba. He should go and listen to Lamela of South Africa. He should be listening to Nelson Mandela. Those are the true heroes. Those are the people that tomorrow somebody can say things about them, that they are actually fighting or wanting a country to be stand as a good democracy, not just to come here and be showcasing itself. Of course, most of all these people, they've already given up on Nigeria. They know what they are doing. That is why they just go on exile. And most of them, they will just go and run and go away. Then when they needed them, when they don't care about their integrity, they don't care about their personality, they sold their conscience for money that they would die and live without any conscience. Like somebody said something, when you leave this world, what do you want to remember for? Is it a good integrity or a bad one? So whatever anyone that is still plotting with these evil people, because to me, I just look at the whole thing. They don't have anything to offer. They just don't want to give this country down for people that will repair it. But I know whether they like it or not, they are going to flee with all these anti-party. And I just want to indulge the lovers of the truth all over the whole world and people that are watching us, because I know there's a lot of spy on this our platform. But if they like, let them continue to be coming. But I know that the obedience family are strong and fragile. We will never relent, we will never give up. We are going to receive our mandate back. I yield from there.
Yes, so we are going to get our mandate back. Thank you very much, my brother, Gospel. Well, this video, fortunately, we cannot finish it because my guest is ready to join us. So I have to remove the last person we have here, which is Bovito. Bovito, unfortunately, we need to remove you for now, temporarily, or you can come back once the first person have passed in their question. You just stay behind. Okay, so I'm removing you right now because it's already trying to join the screen. So please, nobody should come in because I just remove somebody from the screen to create a space for our, our guest that is about to join us. Okay, bear with us, my people. All right. Okay. I guess everybody can hear me because my network, I don't understand this network before. Okay. Yes, we have our guest here now, my people. Finally, we have our guest, the one we have been waiting for, is right here on the backstage. Thank you very much, my people. But now, please, everybody turn on your camera. If you did not turn on your camera, I'm going to remove you, put you on the backstage. And you can't pass a question if your camera is not turned on. I appreciate every one of you. Let me bring in our guests. Turn on okay. Let me put you on the backstage, everybody. Once your camera is turned on, I will bring you back. Okay. Turn on your camera. Let me put you on the backstage. Anybody that didn't turn on their camera, I'll put in your backstage. Busy brains on the backstage. Okay. Those of you on the backstage, once you turn on your camera, I'll bring you back. But if you did not turn on your camera in the next 2 minutes, I'll remove functionality so that somebody else can join. So yes, Busy Brains, I'm not sure you want to turn on your camera today, but I'll wait for a minute. If you did not turn it on, I'll just remove you temporarily so that somebody else can take the space. I can see we have about 200 people straight away. Where will I come from? They want to join the screen. What's happening here? Just okay. Let me welcome in my guest.
Elvis, can
yes?
I please give to Naija my space and I will be on the background watching?
Yeah, but you can't guarantee if two Naija can take your space because
anybody can.
Okay, then that's fine. Just leave. Let's see who's going to take it.
Much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, madam. I'm removing you right now. I don't know. Say, my pack get fast like this. So what did they happen? 390 people in the back. So make you calm down, my people. Turn on your camera, and then you just came in. Okay, good. You turn on your camera. That's wonderful. Okay, Busy Brains is not ready to turn on the camera. I'm removing her temporarily. So we are waiting for one more person to take that spot. One spot left. Your camera must be turned on for this to happen. Thank you. But Victor, you are back again. Your camera is turned on. Wonderful. So everybody, please stay mute. Stay mute. But I don't understand. Okay, let me welcome my guest. Good evening, sir. I really do appreciate you here today. I don't even know how I'm going to introduce you today because you recently you are chief, you are professor, you are son. So, sir, please, I would like you to tell me how to introduce you because I don't want to make mistake. Good evening to you, sir.
You forgot one thing. You forgot the Apaka Vigi Vigi.
You can introduce me. Exactly. Somebody has got the name there.
Apaka
I'm
Vigi Vigi.
Vigi Vigi Edo land. And you know, Edo land extends to Onitsha, Uroboland, up to Owonodo State, up to Republic of Benin, up to Eko. You know, Eko Lagos actually is taken from Ukbeko, that is small quarters in our language. So Akpakpa Vigigvi Edo land is the generalissimo or traditional war commander of the entire Edo nation. God bless you all, my brothers and sisters. Mike Ozekhome is my name.
Okay, thank you very much. I really do, appreciate you joining us today. Trust me, we have been waiting for the past 3 hours for this, and my audience have been asking me, "Oh, okay, when is it coming? When is it coming?" But I'm happy that you are here with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's good to have you here. Personally, I have so much respect
Appreciate
for you.
You all. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, sir. I even though I can say this privately, but I can say this publicly as well. I have so much respect for you because you always stand for what is right. We currently have 1,300 people watching us across. Hopefully that is going to increase as well because we are streaming from 3 platforms right now. Yes, thank you very much, my people. Please press the like button and help us to share. Yes, you all know the situation we are currently facing in Nigeria. Yes, we can pass in more questions to him, depend on what he can answer. You understand? He knows better than us. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria, Chief Mike Ozekhome. He's from same state from where I came from. I'm sorry, I have to say it how it is. So
you omitted prof.
Yes, so it's a prof.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, Chief Mike Ozekhome. This is the second time you are coming to this platform. I'm very, very honored to have you here. I appreciate you always. Now, the reason why you are here today, sir, is simple. You know what we are facing. You know the plight of Nigerians right now. You know what happened in 2023 presidential election. You know the cry and the plight and the concern of Nigerians, what happened during the time of the election, and then the petition is currently going on right now. Yesterday, another son, your colleague, came on air to talk to us, Dr. Olisa, came on air, to talk, specifically, he was focusing on the judiciary, saying that they are too slow in their judgments. That this petition of a thing can be sorted out within 7 days. Before I'll start taking questions, but I would like you to address that, because since it's over a month now since the petition was submitted, we have not heard anything from the judiciary. What is going on? Please, sir, talk to us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me give a contextual rider by saying, since I've been witnessing and observing and voting in elections in my 65 odd years on Mother Earth, I will personally say that the last election is the worst election I've ever seen or participated in since I knew myself, and also as an historian since the amalgamation of the Northern Protectorate and Southern Protectorate and Lagos Colony to found what we call today Nigeria on the 1st of January 1914. I've never seen an election so vacuous, election so immoral, so lacking in integrity, election so barren of everything that can be called decency. An election that was militarized, an election where the votes, where they were counted, they never counted. An election where the technology introduced by INEC itself was breached more in disobedience than in obedience. An election where the new technological devices like beavers, like IREV, were made to play second fiddle. An election where might was right. An election where literally the Hobbesian state of nature was enthroned. That state of nature where life was short, nasty, solitary, and brutish. I saw the election. And because Nigerians were not used to going to the trenches to fight, and I don't believe in that because I fought in the trenches all my life, they have decided to approach the course of law, which under our present legal organogram we call the Election Petition Tribunal. Now, my good friend, Dr. Ozekhome, I heard him loud and clear. In fact, I called him last night. Then we spoke a little, but today we spoke at length on this issue. I said, my good friend, you mean well in your postulations. These are what we call moral adjurations. There is a difference in law between what we call the lex lata of the law and the lex delege ferenda of the law. What does it mean? The lex lata is the law as it is now. The lex delege ferenda is the law as you would want it to be. Only says my personal friend, well-respected Nigerian. And for those who did not know, on the 15th of October, 1987, Ozekhome, myself, and 4 other Nigerians, we were then very young, in our late 20s and early 30s, we came together to found the first indigenous human rights body in Nigeria called the Civil Liberties Organization, who became the father of all other human rights bodies and NGOs that you see today. So I told him that this your theory, as beautiful and attractive as it is, it's not possible, it's not achievable. 7 days to finish an election petition? I said, that's not going to be. Number one, for you to do that, you have to first change the Constitution of Nigeria. The Constitution is the birth certificate of a country. It is the font A origo, what we call the grand norm, the highest law, beyond which there is no other law terrestrially except the law of God when you go celestial. That very law tells us in section 285, subsection 6, that an election petition before a tribunal like we have it now, which is the Court of Appeal, the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, shall have 180 days to deliver its judgment. 180 days. Even if I'm not a good mathematician, I know that is equivalent to 6 months, which is half a year. That is the provision in the Constitution. It was again reiterated in section 132 of the Electoral Act that you have 180 days tribunal to decide your election petition. So I asked my good friend, how will you abridge this time of 180 days? And guess what? Section 285 and then section 132 subsection 8 again say that after the tribunal has delivered its judgment, the Supreme Court, which is the apex court of the land, the highest court at the apogee, the pinnacle, has 60 days to deliver its judgment. 60 days is 2 months. So if you add 2 months to 6 months, that is 8 years. So for an election petition that was filed on the 21st, about 21st of March, because the presidential election results were delivered in the wee hours of the 1st of March, Nicodemously, when right-thinking Nigerians were asleep. So you have 21 days from that 1st of March, and by statutory interpretation, that day is included, 1st of March. So all the presidential candidates had to rush, we all had to rush to make sure that we filed our election petition on that last day, which was 21. Elvis, ask yourself the question, what was it that was delaying us? Because I want to crush that theory of 7 days that it is not possible. What is it that was delaying us? When the results were announced, Nicodemously, the first we did as lawyers to our various candidates was to apply to INEC, the Independent National Electoral Commission, which is the ombudsman, which is the authority that midwives election. We need the electoral materials certified. We want them certified. We want to assess your IREV. We want to assess everything concerning this election, and we want you to certify. Elvis, as I talk to you today, I was again called by some of the management staff of INEC that some election results were today certified and that some IREV had been seen from 2 states. Today, I was called. Today is 6th of March, 2023. 6th of April, God bless you. 6th of April, 2023, for an election that took place on the 25th of February, 2023. Now, when the petitions were filed, the next thing was how to serve your opponent. Of course, if you believe you have won an election, whether fairly, whether illegally, whether wrongfully, whether transparently, whether with integrity or lack of it, the first thing you will do as a politician is to begin to dodge service, notwithstanding that you have challenged everybody, go to court. We couldn't serve the presidential candidate of the APC. What do you do when you can't serve? We had to go back to the tribunal again with a motion ex parte. A motion ex parte is a motion you hear behind your opponent by telling the tribunal, let us serve this person either by pasting at the last known address of his house or at the APC national headquarters on the wall. That itself again took another 4 days before these things were pasted. Now, we are all waiting. Both the PDP team and the Labour Party team for the APC and INEC and Tinubu to respond to the petition. If you were in their shoes, I don't blame them. You will latch on and take the fullest day. You will want to take the last day donated to you by the Constitution and the Electoral Act for you to file your response. You will not want to quickly go to the hangman who has the sharp knife, like a guillotine, to say, chop my neck off. So what do? You use delay tactics as they are doing now to make sure that you are not served, and when you are finally served, that you entertain and utilize the maximum days that the law allows you before you can drop in. In all this, from 1st of March, when results were declared, to 6th of April, we have not yet got a response. But they have not yet done anything wrong, because they are still within their rights, constitutional right, statutory right. By the time they file their response, I want to tell you what will happen. Like Nostradamus, the man who saw tomorrow, like the oracle at Ileife that gazes into the future to pronounce the next all need to be. I want to tell you what will happen next. It's not just going to be a reply immediately. They are going to file series and tons of preliminary objections, which they are entitled, again in law, to do. You cannot stop somebody from filing his own preliminary objection. Those preliminary objections, I can assure you, maybe for the next 1 month. Preliminary objection is like skirmishes. It's like shadow boxing. You have not yet started the boxing contest. You are still shadow boxing. It's like an aircraft trying to take off, and it is revving, or a car trying to take off, and you tell your driver, rev it. When you rev it, is that vroom, vroom, trying to warm it up before you take off. That is what you are going to see in the next weeks ahead. So, until you amend the entire Constitution by saying, hello, guys, 180 days, no more. We want to make it maybe 90 days, 60 days, or 30 days. Then in creating that time, Elvis and listeners, God bless you all, you must also look at what is possible. Nigeria has over 170,000 polling units in Nigeria. And the polling unit is the mantra of an electoral contest. It is the irreducible minimum. It is the question that you must answer. How did the results come from the polling unit? From EC8A. How did they get to the ward? From EC8B. How did they from ward get to the local government council? What in the US, for those of you who are in the US, you call county council. From EC8C. Now, how do you prove your election results in over 170,000 polling units in Nigeria? By what magic? In 2019, for example, I was one of the lead counselors in the Article legal team. We lined up about 401 witnesses. About 400 witnesses, 400. At the end of the day, by the time the period given to us by the tribunal expired, we were only able to call 41 witnesses out of about 400. Don't forget, some of these witnesses we will call will be like expert witnesses who will show that the way you see these beavers scientifically is different from the way you lawyers and you laymen and laywomen know it. This is how it works. We call them expert witnesses. They have to be subpoenaed, some from abroad. They have to give evidence. When they give evidence, the respondents must also be given time to cross-examine them. And there are 3 respondents. Asiwaju Tinubu himself, the APC, and the INEC. Each of them have 3 bites on the cherry. Each of them have also lined up their lawyers, senior advocates of Nigeria, to lead their legal team. So whilst the petitioner is only having 1 bite by defending the political party and the candidate, your opponent has 3 bites. And there's nothing you can do about that, because that is the law for now, except to change it. So that was why I called my good friend, Mr. Bakoba, and I said, my brother, this your theoretical postulations is so beautiful, so attractive, but I'm afraid for now it is utopia. It can be done. He looked at it, as he explained to me, from the angle of interpreting certain constitutional provisions that have been raised by all parties. For example, Section 134. What is the status of the FCT Abuja? Is it to be taken like a state? Is it 25% in 24 states and then another 25% in FCT Abuja? The latter being my view. I've done a write-up on it, which I call the Bodmas, finding the Bodmas X. Finding the Bodmas X is the 25% of the FCT Abuja. Bodmas that we were taught in primary school and secondary school. You have to find the X. And my postulation is that FCT Abuja is a constant. It's a constant. Whilst the other 24 states are variables. Then I've given examples. If you say, if WAEC, West Africa Examination Council, says, Elvis, for you to be admitted to university, just an example, I know you're already a graduate and you are doing great. Elvis, for you to be admitted into the university, you have to have 6 credits, 5 credits. And you have to have credits in 5 subjects and mathematics. You must have 5 subjects and mathematics. If you have 5 subjects, even if it is not credit they are asking for, you have A's in 5 subjects. Let's say you even have A's in 8 subjects, not even 5, but you have an F, failure admit you. If I tell my wife, hello, baby girl, this boy living with us, Okpokpo, treat him like our 7 children. Treat this Okpokpo living with us like our 7 children. That like is to say she should be nice to them like our own children. But does that make Okpokpo my biological son?
No.
The answer is no. It's not. So if I now say, bring my 7 children and Okpokpo, and you bring 7 children, the next question I will ask you is, where is your Okpokpo? Because I have not seen the Okpokpo. That is why I called it a constant in Bodmas. Which the variables must be worked through to answer it before you can say QED. Quite easily done. We must show how you work it out. So for now,
okay,
let me make it clear, 7 days, because
it's
even
impossible.
if you are going to do all those statutory interpretation, which I've just talked about, you want to interpret what is 25%, you want to interpret whether there was compliance with the laws or no. How many days will it still take? If you file your own motion, the other people have their own time to reply. Even now under the pre-election and the election practice directions, where you have like 10 days to do something, your opponent has 7 days to do something, then you have another additional 3 days to again further respond. So in all, even for simple interpretational matters, constitutional matters, you find that that constitutional matter cannot even be interpreted within 3 weeks to 4 weeks. I rest my case on that issue.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senior Advocate. I appreciate we have to give you time because there's a lot of tension, especially on this platform. This platform stands for a better Nigeria. So you coming in today, I can see a lot of people in the comment section already. They are very, very happy having you here. Same here as well. So there's a lot of questions we're going to be putting into you today to answer. Before I start
today or another day.
Now, sir, before you leave,
as few as possible, because I'm going to go into another Zoom meeting, which I'm actually chairing. God bless you.
Okay. Don't worry. We are going to make it very brief. You know, we are not going to take much of your time. Now, let me start bringing in my panelists. So everybody, please just go straight. Mute yourself, everybody. As I call you, just go straight to your question. Because he doesn't have enough time like that. But I'm going to start with the first person, you know, give us a mandate. My brother, go ahead straight. You have 30 seconds for your question.
Thank you very much, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Professor Dr. Mike Ozekhome. I'm actually calling here from Texas. Thank you so
Texas.
much. Yeah.
God bless you.
Thank you. Amen. On YouTube.
Hope you are putting on your Texas bowler hat.
Well, I mean, I've been in Texas all my life here in the United States, and one thing about Texas is you can't mess with Texans. And so, as a Texan, I have who I support, even though I'm not in Nigeria, and they're trying to mess with the person. So we're saying that no, you can't mess with this person because we don't take no shit. So, my question to you, sir. Now, what do you think will be the implication of having an illegitimate president in Nigeria should this whole thing go down?
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I'll take question. Should I take two questions?
Let me quickly answer that.
Okay.
The question. Thank you, Elvis. So that we don't pile them up.
Okay.
The question of legitimacy or illegitimacy of the president has to finally be pronounced upon by our courts of law. It depends on what the court says. We saw it play out in Kenya. We saw it play out in Malawi, where people were already elected, were dethroned. We have seen it play out many times, even where some obas have been put on the throne, they were against it removed some 10 years later, some 15 years later. I cannot predict what will happen at the presidential level. But if your question is whether in the interim, while the case is going on, whether the president-elect will be sworn in, the answer is yes, because nature abhors vacuum. Come 29th of May, 2023, a president, whether legitimate or illegitimate, whether with albatross on his neck or not, has to be sworn in, even as the election petitions progress. That does not mean that when a case is now made out, he cannot be removed from office. That was why I quickly gave the example of Kenya and Malawi. And they are in Africa here, not in your America.
Because of time, sir.
You see?
Yeah. Because of your time, I need to pass.
And that is where, let me say this, Elvis. That is where, let me say this. I'm not one of those who believe in coup d'etats or takeover of power by unlawful means, which is proscribed by Section 1, Subsection 1, 2, and 3 of the 1999 Constitution. I was there during the military era. I had up to 12 detentions. I was there. We were in the trenches. So we know what it means to have a military interregnum, because they were never trained to govern. So they are like locusts. They cannot do us any good. And so when a national call in 1993, I think, or 1998, was put there as an interim president, we noticed that Justice Dolakbo Akinsanya, in a judgment she delivered, in a case instituted by Chief Gani Faremi of blessed memory, I was part of that case, declared that government illegal and unconstitutional. And that gave Philip to the palace coup that was immediately carried out by late military dictator, General Sani Abacha. So an interim government has no place under our present constitutional democracy. It almost happened in America about 2 years ago when the mob descended on the Capitol. The vice president was there, who is also the Senate president. And the speaker, Pelosi, was also present there. And the Senate president was there. So the entire creme de la creme of the American governance leadership were housed there in the Capitol. If it were a banana republic, that was a coup d'etat. But what happened? Because America, like many other Western countries, have strong institutions rather than strong men and strong women. The Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police were called in immediately, and they were able to hold fort until the federal guards and other units were called in to quell what many of you did not know was actually a coup d'etat. But it was quelled. So I do not believe in any interim government. It will draw us back because there's no doctrine of necessity to be invoked to bring in about. We can only go the constitutional way of putting our grievances before courts of law that we ourselves have set up as human beings in the society.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to take two questions straight away before we come back to him. I'll go to CM now. Oga CM, please tell us where you're joining us from and your name, and go on with your question.
Good evening and welcome, Professor Mike Ozekhome, Senior Advocate of Nigeria.
God bless you, my brother.
Commander of the Order of the Niger, Federal Republic, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Master of Laws, Doctor of Philosophy, Doctor of Literature, the Apaka Vigi, the only. Now,
you have been reading my history. You will pay for it. You have to pay consultation for reading my history without my permission.
Even I read your latest write-up to the reply you gave to Kayoda Julo, but you've already discussed it, so I won't go into Okon and the Corpus and Andrew. So I will leave that. Now, the question I want to ask, by the way, I'm joining from UK. The question I want to ask is this. I'm asking this question because I know you are well informed, you know the current affairs, you know what is going on, so I wouldn't give a background anymore. but by the question you will know where I'm heading to. The question I want to ask is this: if Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, by omission or commission, by hook or by crook, is allowed to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, within the theory you've just postulated, that is the lex delege ferenda or the lex lata, would there still be any moral justification or rationale for the establishment of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency in Nigeria?
I will, with all respect, not answer that question. Permit me not to, because I think one of the parties has put forward an argument from that angle. And in law, we say such a matter is sub judice. You can no longer interrogate it because it is taken that you are prejudging it before the election petition tribunal. So if you look at the issues I spoke on, I did it cautiously, having at the back of my mind that I must not speak on matters that are now before the tribunal, which are sensitive. But the views I've expressed today are views that are already in the public domain. And all you need to do is to say, just Google Ozekhome, board mass, Ozekhome, 25%. And you will see that everything I've said today, I've already said them and they're in the public domain. But on this question, I will not answer it. Permit me. God bless you.
That's fine, sir.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Can I switch? Let me substitute it, please, because it didn't answer.
no,
Please, I have this
okay,
one
please,
is simple.
Go straight now. Go straight. Go ahead.
This one. Then, what is your opinion, or how do you explain the fact that 3 elections were held on the same day for House of Reps, House of Senate, and the post of the president? 2 of them were uploaded by INEC to the ISAV and everything. The that of the president was not uploaded. Do you think, having regard that INEC procured over 350 billion naira to prosecute such an election, and having regard to the fact that this system has been tried in Anambra, it worked, tried in Ekiti, it worked, tried in Edo to give Obaseki second term, and then tried in Osun State? Thank you.
Yeah, you are right. Again, one of the questions submitted to the election petition tribunal, how come that the Beavers and IREV worked effortlessly, seamlessly, in the same election, held at the same time, during the same period, with the ballot papers for the 3 presidential, senatorial, and House of Rep, give it to one person to go and vote for whoever. How come the senatorial was uploaded seamlessly, the House of Rep was uploaded seamlessly, but not the presidential? Is it a case of saying those who bring a maggots infested piece of firewood into the house has unwittingly invited big ants, a colony of big ants, to come for a festival? These are the questions. To be or not to be, that is the question.
Okay, thank you, senior advocate. Let me quickly move on to Inis TV. Sir, Inis TV, pass your question, please. Sir, everybody should stay within their within 30 seconds or a max of 1 minute of your question, and we should also understand that he has right to skip any questions, especially as you all know that we are already in court, so it's limited to what he can answer. Go ahead, Inis TV, sir. What's your question?
Good evening, sir. I am in TV from UK. I just have a doubt. I was wondering, in case of for future references, is it legal for a political party to have its own Independent Coalition Center and go ahead to announce his own result based on what his polling agents got from the polling units? That's my question, sir.
Okay.
A very good question. Under the Electoral Act, as a matter of fact, it's actually a criminal offense for a party agent or other persons who are not the authorized persons of INEC to broadcast or announce results unofficially. What such party agents or individuals who have created a situation room to monitor the elections, what they can do is to be collating their results as they are coming in per second, and then hand over these results, which will therefore appear to be scientific, to their lawyers to work upon for the purpose of challenging the election. But such results will be of no moment because they are not official. Because under the Electoral Act and under the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, only INEC is the official umpire of organizing and conducting elections, such as we saw. Okay. So to that extent, it has its own limitations.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Senior Advocate. Meanwhile,
thank you, sir.
Inis TV is from the UK. CM passed this question earlier on, also from the UK. Why Give Us Our Mandate is from America. So let's move on now to Mr. Edwin. Mr. Edwin, sir, you have your 30 seconds now, passing your questions, and let us know where you're joining us from. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Ozekhome. We welcome you very much.
My brother.
Thank you very much for coming to us. My name is Edwin.
My pleasure, always.
And I'm talking to you from Germany.
So you are
Go ahead,
the German machine.
German machine. Go ahead, sir.
My question is this,
sir. German machine.
Thank you, sir. My question is this. If in any form during the election petition tribunal sitting and the the selected president is sworn in, and how are we sure when he's already in helm of affair he's not going to tamper with the true justice, and then we don't tamper with the legal situation that is being run, that has to do with him and his office?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edwin.
Yeah, the question is clear. My answer will be simple. It has to be now to be based on the integrity and individual consciences of the individual judges hearing this matter, whether individually or collectively as the panel. It was Madam Fodio who once told us that conscience is an open wound. Only the truth can heal it. The justices themselves are not impetuous, and they are not immune to the happenings in the polity and in the society. That is why elsewhere I had made some theories that Nigeria is not practicing democracy. Democracy as defined by Abraham Lincoln, a great American president, on the 19th of November, 1863, during the Gettysburg Declaration in Delaware as government of the people, for the people, and by the people. I have said elsewhere, and you can check my 3 theories, that, just a second. Hello? Come along. You can come now. Okay, thank you. I beg your pardon. Please forgive me.
That's fine, sir. Go ahead.
I said, Nigeria does not practice that democracy, as we say by Abraham Lincoln, 19th November, 1863. I said, what are we practicing? We practice electionocracy and selectocracy. Selectocracy is a process where you do not actually elect, but you select, or people select for you, because your votes do not count. Electionocracy is a process whereby every 4-year interval of rituals, we go to the polling unit to elect or select our leaders. And when they come to power, either as president or governors or senators, they use the first 1 year going around to thank the populace and the constituents for voting or selecting him into office. Then they use the second year working allegedly, purportedly for the people, because some of the roads constructed are washed away with the first rainfall. Then by the third year, they are already planning for the next elections without asking the vital question: has my first election given democracy dividends to the people? By the way, if dividends is a word borrowed from the corporate world, ask the question, have we even made profit? Because it is from profit you share dividends. By the third year, election campaign has started gradually on the ground. Of course, toward the fourth year, it is full blown. So it is electionocracy, a process by which Nigeria is simply about elections, not about governance. Then I said, there's another third one called executocracy. Executocracy I define as a process by which the executive come into power, behaving like military tyrants, like Louis XIV of France, who will stand in front of parliament imperiously and declare, "L'état c'est moi, I am the state." The executive will want to lord it over the other 2 arms of government, the legislature and the judiciary, all of which are created in sections 4, 5, and 6 of the Constitution, borrowed from the tripartite doctrine of separation of powers, a doctrine popularized by a great French philosopher, Baron de Montesquieu, in 1748. So I said, all that the executive does is to wield his power and browbeat others to do their bidding, not to govern. So contrary to section 5 of the Constitution, they are not executing laws for the peace, order, and good government of the people, but many a time into their pockets. Then I defined the fourth one. I call it legislotocracy. Legislotocracy is a system by which the legislature, created under Section 4 of the Nigerian Constitution, legislates for everything except for the peace, order, and good government of Nigeria. And when you go to the Senate for a ministerial nominee or a nominee for a critical position that affects millions of Nigerians, 219 million Nigerians, by the latest United Nations projection as at 19th of March, 2023, they legislate into their pocket. They have the fattest pay packet in the whole world. And where they are to use their oversight functions, or in sections 88 and 89 of the Constitution, a budget that is made by the executive, they say, no, executive, your budget is too small. You are talking of 19 trillion. We are going to increase it to 21 trillion. We call it budget padding. So they have to pad up the budget And when ministerial nominees come in, rather than scrutinize them, interrogate them, they say, oh, we know you. You are Michael Ozekhome. You are a respected Nigerian. Please take a bow and go. They take a bow. That's why the present Senate, I called it Mr. Take a Bow Senate, who cannot look up to the president. Anyanya, eyeball to eyeball, omoagiode to omoagiode, eyeball to eyeball. They cannot. So whatever Mr. President brings, they pass into law. So we are having bad laws that cannot help us. Then I describe the fifth concept as judocracy. I said judocracy is a system of government where the politicians say fight, kill, maim, commit arson, commit treason, steal ballot boxes, steal ballot papers, just win at all costs and let them go to court. And when they go to court, which is the judiciary, a president or a governor is conceived, put under incubation period, under the Constitution, as I've shown you, section 285(6) and 132, sub 7 and 8 of the Electoral Act, 180 days, and then 60 days, then that governor or president is conceived, incubated, and delivered in the hallowed precincts of a court of law, no longer through the ballot box, which was created specifically for that purpose. So because of that, our electoral process has been greatly corrupted and compromised. And to me, it cannot be Uhuru. Whichever president we finally have, after the tribunals and the Supreme Court have had their say, one admonition, one adjuration, one piece of advice. If you want Nigeria to move forward, not to further be retrogressing, or at best suffering the fate of the Baba's chair of perpetual motion on its axis without progress. This is the Baba's chair. You can see what I'm doing. You turn about your own axis, but you are not actually progressing. Indeed, in Nigeria, we are retrogressing. Do me one favor. Do Nigerians one favor. Critically look at the present constitution, which is a lie. The constitution tells a lie about itself in its preamble by saying, we the people of Nigeria do hereby make and give to ourselves the following constitution. It is not true. In 1999, the elections were held without even a constitution. It was the General Abdulsalami Abubakar and Admiral Akigbe regime that quickly coupled together some constitutional matters of the past, put Justice Nikki Toby, God bless the soul of that cerebral jurist, and then they made the constitution. The constitution is actually an addendum, an attachment, a schedule attached to Decree number 24 of 1999. That cannot be our constitution. For you to have a constitution that Nigerians will buy into, a constitution that is autochthonous, that is indigenous, that is imbued with integrity and legitimacy, and that is homegrown, you must have a constitution that is subjected to a referendum of the people to buy in. It was done. I didn't see heavens fall.
Okay.
It was done in Eritrea. Heavens did not fall. In South Africa, heavens did not fall. In Iraq, heavens did not fall. In Iran, heavens did not fall. In America, young great America, the man who spoke from Texas, in 1787, when the great Federalists met in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, They were already independent confederates. They decided to meet there to give themselves a more perfect union. That was how they met between May and September 1787 and made the present Constitution of America, which is still less than 8,000 words, with about how many amendments? About, is it 14 to 16 amendments? It was that constitutional conference that they agreed on certain irreducible minimum of what they want to be as a country. That was where they formed presidentialism as a system of government, executive presidentialism. That was where they agreed upon federalism, so that they can cede some powers to the government at the center, fewer, so that more powers will be with the states. In Nigeria, even your bicycle, your motorcycle is licensed by the federal government. Your marriage, your relationship act, which is a law passed by the federal government, how you relate with your wife. I was in America a few months ago. The Jackson, the Jackson hardest airport in the world. It's controlled and governed by a county council, a local government council. I went to Miami, Florida. The Miami International Airport, all the airports are controlled by the federal government. So you cannot have a country like that where they also agreed on judicial review of executive and legislative action. It was that great conference, Elvis, that threw up the great federalists, people like Washington, after whom Washington, D.C. is named. People like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson. It was that conference that threw them up. So Americans believe in their constitution because they made it and subjected it to the constituent states in a plebiscite, and they all agreed. So when you feel you are being governed by a document that has outlived its usefulness, imposed by the military, and you do not want us to talk about our affairs, to renegotiate our union, which started in 1914, after Nigeria was given her name by a young lady called Miss Flora Louisa Shaw, in an article she wrote in the London Financial Times on the 8th of January, 1896 or 1897. You can have a union that is actually federal. We are still unitary. In America, you are aware that you have the federal police, you have FBI, you have CIA, you have state police, you have county council police, local government police, even tertiary institutions, universities have their own police.
Even college police.
We have only one elephantine behemoth police force under sections 215 and 214 and 215 of the Constitution. So what happens? Under section 162 of the Constitution, the national revenue is domiciled in the federation account. All the 36 states send their commissioners for finance at the end of the month to go and take handouts from this national reserve, and then they carry the money to their governors, who use them and also use the ones belonging to the local government council, and they wait for the next allocation. So no state now wants to generate its own revenue to take care of itself, as we had it under the 1960 Independence Constitution and the 1963 Republican Constitution, after the failure of the 1922 Clifford Constitution, the 1946 Arthur Richards Constitution, the 1951 McPherson Constitution, and the 1954 Little Constitution. We can't grow like this, my brother. You can't grow by having a budget of 21 trillion, and over 80% of it is for recurrent expenditure. That's salaries, emoluments, pensions, ego massaging. And then only 20 to 25% is for capital expenditure, for building roads, for building airports, for building schools. Come on.
Okay. All right.
You can
Because
grow
of
like
time,
that.
let me
We
pass
must
in
go
the.
to brass tacks. We must.
Let,
We are doing well. We are treating a serious ailment like leprosy with a mere drug meant for eczema, like Naaman the leper. We must dip ourselves into River Jordan 7 times and cleanse ourselves of our political leprosy, of our national malaise, so that we can go forward and meet the advanced world.
That's it. All right. Thank you very much. Wow. You normally take your time to respond to one particular question. I like that. I like that. Thank you very much. Chuks Obibweze, is your turn right now. Please tell us where you're joining us from and go straight to your question. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Professor Mike Ozekhome. It's wonderful to meet you today.
Ozekhome, yeah. O-Z-E, yeah. God bless you.
Yeah, it's wonderful to meet you, to be in your class, because I classify this as class, Thank you once again. Yeah, my question goes, because looking at what happened, by the way, I'm calling from UK, the election has come and gone, and I'm wondering what is the role of the Nigerian police in all this, or the DSS or SS, whatever name they call themselves, because if something like this happened, that there's three election on at the same time, and 2 of them is uploaded and 1 is not uploaded. Where I'm living today, the MI5 would have swung into action, right, to find out what happened. So what is the help of Nigerian police given to the parties in that's the politicians, because this is a crime, they ought to investigate it. I'm wondering if they don't know their roles, or I don't know if you can give us insight on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chuks.
They do know their roles, but the society is such that almost everyone is held captive by state captors. We call them state captors, the elites, who have captured the society and put the society in their pockets. Are you not aware some elite Nigerians have a squad of policemen guarding them? Some of them 10 to 15 policemen, one single person. While the rest society has no policemen to go round. It's the Nigerian factor. I'm sorry to say, an ignoble factor, where the rich, who have amassed wealth, some legally, I must confess, but many illegally, in a most profane and ugly and vulgar manner. So you find one big man in quote, having about 10 to 15 policemen guarding him. And when he's going out, he goes in a convoy. Whereas the highways are devoid of policemen. Was I not kidnapped on the 23rd of August 2013 on a major highway between Eho and Ekpoma in the hot afternoon? There were no security only. Then the 4 policemen that were coming from a nearby police station at Eho, they were brutally gunned down and murdered in my presence, and their guns taken. I've not been able to get over that scary moment. Fear of death, fear of fear. So you are talking about a police force, therefore, which is why I have been clamoring for what you call state police. Diversify it. Don't control it from one center. You make governors chief security officers of their state. But the same constitution, sections 214 and 215, say before the governor can act, he has to take instructions from the Inspector General of Police, who is resident in Abuja, who may himself decide to take instructions from the Minister of Police Affairs, who may now himself decide to take instructions from the President and Commander-in-Chief. How do you act? In your UK, in America, in London, in Europe, I go there often. I know these places with all respect. When a crime is committed, as it's being committed, some policemen are coming from east, some from west, some from south. Before you know what is happening, in 10 minutes, the whole place will be swarming with police. You will even see some helicopters flying on the skies, and they will be working with walkie-talkies, and they will block all exits so that the criminals or criminal suspects will not run away. We don't have it here. So when these policemen are there, and they themselves are guarding the big guns, and they're even helping them to satiate their egos, to do their biddings, to help them carry out malpractices, how do we go from there? These are some of the matters already subjected before the tribunals.
Thank you, sir.
And I cannot
thank you
therefore
very much.
decide upon them.
Okay, let me move on to the next person, Nena. Madam Nena, please tell us where you're joining us from and go with your question.
Okay, good evening, sir. I'm really, really highly honored to have you and to have this privilege to ask you this question. My name is Nena. I'm calling from New Jersey, United States of America. So my question is...
Calling from where?
I'm calling from New Jersey, United States. Did you hear me, sir?
New Jersey. Okay.
New Jersey, yes. I'm calling from New Jersey.
Yeah, I can hear you, New Jersey, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I know New Jersey, Newark area, I know that, yeah.
Exactly, I live very close to Newark. Okay, so my question is in two parts, but they're going to be like just very brief. They're connected to each other. But my first question is this. What exactly is election fraud? And can we describe what happened in Nigeria during the election during the election period as election fraud? I don't know if you heard my questions.
As election what?
What exactly is election fraud? Election fraud, you know, from the legal point of view, what is election fraud? And can we describe what happened in Nigeria during the election period as election fraud?
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Did you hear me, sir?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I can hear you. Election fraud.
Okay.
There are many things that constitute election fraud. It is not just the carrying away of ballot papers, ballot boxes, mutilations, carrying away the beavers themselves, the little machines that were taken away in some places like little toys. Election fraud also occurs when you do not comply with the laws. Non-compliance with laid down laws and INEC guidelines and regulations and the manual for election officers produced by INEC itself. It's like saying, let us go and dance. I am going to be the person to play the music. You will dance according to my music. We all agree and we're happy that, okay, you have bought new drums, new technology. We can see new guitar, we can see new drum, new tambourine, new trumpet. We are going to dance according to the music, the rhythm, the rhyme you are going to give to us. And then you start playing. And then we start dancing, going along. And then somewhere, you stop the music suddenly. You stop the music suddenly. And then we begin to ask, what happened? Where's the music? Why is it not sounding again? That is also election fraud. There are so many. Double nomination, selection fraud, mutilation of ballot papers and ballot boxes, selection fraud, non-compliance with the law itself, the act, the constitution, is election fraud, using forged papers, is election fraud. So they are variegated, they are multifaceted.
Yes, and the second part of my question, sir. So the second part of the question is to what extent can we describe what happened in Nigeria as election fraud?
To what extent?
To what extent, from the legal point of view, can we describe what happened in Nigeria during the election period as election fraud? To what extent can we describe?
I've already described the election as fundamentally flawed.
Okay.
There's no question about that. The kind of things that happened during the last election, like I told you, I've not witnessed them in my life. It was that bad. It was grim. It was not only ominous. It was grim. I saw human life meaning nothing to some people just for election because we want power. Human life became as cheap as killing a mosquito or a fly. Haba, what is it? What are we looking for? If governance is actually to govern the people and help them, why would you kill to attain governance? Why would you kill if you just want to go and serve the people? Why can't you say, well, I've done my best, go in a fair and free and transparent manner. If they accept me, fine. If they don't accept me, fine. I try again. Why do you have to kill? Why do you have to maim? Why do you have to injure? Why do you have to cheat? Because you want power. From the local government councillors to the House of Assembly, to the chairman of local government, to House of Representatives, to Senate, to the presidency, to the governors. It's a sad day for Nigeria. Or somehow, I don't know how. Okay. God has been a Nigerian from what I've seen. God must be a Nigerian. His patience appears inexhaustible. He's so almighty. Okay. So transcendental. Thank you, so omniscient, so omnibenevolent, that he can see us do all this and he still ignores us. Who is it that speaketh and it cometh to pass if God has not commanded it? Lamentations 3:37. I just want to say God bless Nigeria. God help Nigeria. Wow. The most beautiful country on earth. Dolly Parton's coat of many colors. Beautiful place. Some of the best brains of Homo sapiens ever created by God. Some of the most intelligent creatures walking on the face of Mother Earth. Where did we get it so wrong? Bad leadership alone? An administration of bad leadership plus poor followership? A civil society that does not hold the government accountable and responsible to the people? Your answer is as good as mine. Only to admonish you that Thomas Jefferson once told us, you know a government that is rule of law compliant when the people fears their government, then there's chaos and anarchy. What I will advise us, including all of you, my brothers and sisters who are not at home, I don't like that word too much, diaspora, who are not at home here. Because you are there, meanwhile you are contributing one of the largest quota in terms of individual. If we remove what you send to us in Nigeria here in a year, the entire Nigerian economy will collapse. God bless you. But just help us to continue to nurture the will of progress. Follow the words of Leonard Hand. The only price we have to pay for our liberty is eternal vigilance. All of us. It's not the work of only few people. Don't put it on Michael Ozekhome. No, put it on yourself. How much are you also doing?
Exactly.
To say no to bad governance?
Exactly.
How many of you sent money to their people at home to say we want to empower you to make sure you go to vote during the Naira scarcity era? Go and vote. We want to make sure that you vote and ensure that your vote is counted and it counts. If you did that, God bless you. If you didn't, don't blame yourself. You may not have known it or taken it serious. Next time around, do it. Because the chain is as strong as a link. If you cut the chain, that small rope, holding together the beads, they will scatter. So do your part. I do my part. Then collectively, we can see an El Dorado.
Thank you, sir. Before I let you go, I'm going to take straight 3 questions at the same time. I would like you to answer them in a short period. Okay, let me go on now to the next person here is Bob Victor. Please go straight to your question, and I'll go to Igbe, then to Ghost Power. 3 of you, go start with you, Bob Victor, please. What's your question?
More grace to my son, Professor Ozekhomen, the Okaigbe of SAN in Nigeria. And I want to throw this question. I'm calling from the Lone Star State, Texas, Dallas to be precise.
Okay, go ahead.
I want you to really expatiate on this matter that is happening in the Nigeria now that is happening concerning a candidate who spoke consistently on the Constitution. And there is a reply that came from a professor, the body of professor, one of the professors. I won't like to mention the name, which I guess you know who spoke. It contradicts that word concerning the vice president of Labour Party, that he was quoting out of point and is making the atmosphere so volatile.
Okay.
I want you to throw more light on it.
I already understand your question. Let me move on to the next person. Mr. Agbe, what is your question, please? Good evening to you. Unmute yourself quickly.
Good evening, Nigeria Watch. Good evening, the senior advocate of Nigeria. Good evening, sir. God bless you. God bless your efforts. I'm calling from the city of Rome. My name is Agbe, Italy. I totally agree with you, sir, for all your analysis concerning the Nigeria constitution.
Help me greet Pope Pius for me.
I will do that, sir. Pope Francis.
Okay, go ahead.
So I agree with you, sir. All the analysis of the Constitution that is frauded.
Pope Francis.
Yes, sir. I agree with you, sir. According to the Constitution, and I know that it's the thing that is taking us backward, according as a nation. But my question is this: as an advocate who have been in the field for decades of years now, we have seen in Nigeria that a court will sack a governor from a seat, and the governor will still remain in the seat, presiding, in the sense that he will still remain in the seat, going to appeal. So, sir, in this case of the presidential tribunal, the presidential tribunal case, I don't know if it's possible for you to tell us if perhaps the court rule and sack the president-elect. Do you think that the president will leave office before going to to appeal, or is any? I don't know.
That's fine. You've passed your question, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Please go ahead with your question.
No, the president. Let me tell you.
Hold on.
The Constitution has created a time limit for a president or a governor, and it is 4 years setting from the date it takes office. So from May 29, 2019 to May 29, 2023, President Muhammadu Buhari must leave office. That means he must hand over to
no, sir. I'm asking of the for example
that was where some people were canvassing
the president-elect, sir, the president of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If, for example, the court rule and sack him, and sack him from office, did the immunity cover him to sit in the seat to go to reappeal, or is supposed to vacate office before reappeal?
Okay.
No. Okay, if that's what you mean, even when you are sacked from office, you stay in the office because nature abhors vacuum while you pursue your appeal. You must know that, for example, Governor Adeleke of Osun State was sacked as governor of Osun State, but he remained in office even after the tribunal judgment while he was pursuing his court of appeal matter that was finally decided about 2 weeks ago. this time to come to his favor. I think the Oyetola
Is
group,
that
the former
constitutionally,
governor,
sir?
has again
Is that constitutionally, sir?
No, Mr. Agbe,
Yeah,
you
that is
cannot
the
continue
constitution.
this. Is
Yeah, that's the
enough,
constitution.
Mr. Agbe, please.
Yeah, that's constitution. Yeah, that is the constitution. You remain in office until the last court of the land, which is the Supreme Court, finally removes you. When it removes you, then you are gone. But until then, whilst you are pursuing your appeal, you remain either governor or president, so that there will be no vacuum.
Thank you, sir. The first question today from the previous person, Victor, I guess, he was asking, because of the statement from Dati Ahmed and the response from the Wole Soyinka, Professor Wole Soyinka. So what can you say about the comment from Dati Ahmed and the response from Professor Wole Soyinka?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to comment on that.
That's fine. That's fine, sir.
If you watch me, I hardly discuss personalities, except where it is practically impossible to discuss the issues without mentioning the person.
That is fine, sir.
Permit me
Let us move on.
not to comment on the war of words between Ahmed Dati on television and what Wole Soyinka said. Both of them are great, respected Nigerians. They are entitled to their opinions, just as I have been expressing my opinion tonight. Not everybody agrees with me, but the beauty about life is that you can allow me have my say, but you can always have your way. You can always disagree. So we can agree to disagree and disagree to agree. Otherwise, we engage ourselves in monologue or soliloquy. That is why you have been asking questions. That is why we have been having this interactive session, because it would have been bad if I simply came here and talked to you people as if I was delivering a lecture. But what we have been doing is an interactive session. You also showing me your areas of worries and what you think in some areas. And I want to tell you, Elvis, I've also learned 2 or 3 things already tonight as a researcher. From angles I never saw some issues from. Some of your talk tonight have activated my thinking card to say, when we finish, I'm going to look at those areas again. That is why it is good to interact.
Exactly.
It's an ongoing conversation, discussing.
Yeah.
UK is still discussing. European
we have only 2
countries are still discussing. Canada is still discussing. Even Rome, the only country within a country, the papacy, is still discussing.
Of course. Okay. Let's move on, sir. We have only 2 persons left. Tunaja, please go ahead with your question. Good evening to you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
I have to go, Mr. Elvis, because they are nudging me that I have to go for the other. They are waiting for me.
Okay. Can you take this last one?
Can we just round it up?
Okay, we are rounding.
I will always come back. It's an ongoing conversation.
Okay. All right. Let me take this last one as the roundup. The roundup. Tunaja, please go straight to the point.
Yeah, thank you for coming in, Professor. I don't know that you're a professor, but with all due respect, I support a lot of the things you've said, especially about the military regime and that stuff. But just to make it brief, I've seen you on TV and I've seen you wearing some of those headgears that people in law wear. Have you ever proposed that we get rid of those colonial headgear that we normally wear?
Thank you very much. I will not propose that. In fact, one of the reasons I read law, apart from trying to use it as an instrument to fight oppression, was the beauty of the regalia of the lawyer. For as long as we will not discard the suit, many of you there wear suit with a tie. Some of you here, right here, as I'm saying, are wearing suits. Some with ties, some without ties. They are not Nigerian dresses. So the hood does not make the monk. Even in America, you see the judges wear their gowns. They may not put on the wig. In the UK, many of them put on their wig also. So it is not that wig or the gown that makes the monk. we may see it as a colonial mentality, but well, a culture that we have since internalized, just as the police wear their uniform, which were also colonial concepts. The nurse clothes, the clothes worn by nurses that you see, are colonial concepts. I've never seen a nurse in Nigeria putting on utebe and a woman's native dress or tie wrapper. The soldier you see, the trousers, the dressing, the mode of dressing, the pilots, all these are colonial heritages, which we cannot.
We choose our uniform,
discard
but that
because
is
they have become
specifically passed
part
down.
and sorry?
We choose our own uniform. Nurses, they wear different colors and all the rest, but we are wearing something that was passed down from colonial era.
Yeah. But the way they sew the dresses, I'm yet to see a nurse sew a dress like using it as a wrapper to tie a wrapper and then tying the head tie. That's our dressing. It's not
To
the
be fair,
gown
that is
that
very
they're putting
different
on.
from a fake thing that is not needed.
I wouldn't think that the gown or the wig really matters much. But when the time comes and we feel that we no longer need it, then surely we do away with it. Our reverend fathers, our priests, the imams, all of them dress in this same colonial clothes that we were given. Until we start wearing agbada to court, start wearing beads and taking a horse tail to the court during court sessions, or a soldier going to war carrying a rifle in one hand and they're wearing babaringa in the others, then we say that we cannot do away with all of them. God bless you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. My own question before you go, my personal question now is that is any part in the Nigeria Constitution that is against ex-convicts in holding or any authority office or as a president or any authority office?
Yes, it's one of the disqualifying conditions under the Constitution. Okay. For example, you belong to secret court, or you are an ex-convict, or you have been involved in financial crimes or matters of breach of trust. There are some of the disqualifying matters within our Constitution. They are there. Or, for example, if you contest an election and it is found that you are not a Nigerian, you are an alien, you are not a Nigerian, but somehow you found your way and you contested, or that you are underage, or that you are a minor, or that you are a lunatic who can run berserk. All these are disqualifying conditions. There are many.
Okay, although I'm aware it's there, but I wanted to officially confirm this from you. I want to appreciate you, sir. And although there's a lot of questions, we don't have time for that anymore. People in the comment section and all that.
I will come next time.
Yes, next time we'll bring you back again. Thank you very much, sir. I really do appreciate you coming today to take our questions. Please continue to stand for the people, not the satanic politicians.
It's too late. It's too late now, Elvis, for me to back out. I cannot begin to learn how to be left-handed in my age. It's too late. The struggle has been my life. I'll be there. My first detention was actually in about April 22, 1986, under the Babangida military regime. I do not think at my age, it is now I will give up. It's my promise to God. For the rest days of my life, I will continue to fight for the people.
Thank you, sir.
And enthrone justice, rule of law, fundamental human rights of Nigerians, and good governance and democracy. I've made up my mind to do that. By the grace of God, I will not be deterred. I will continue to interrogate powers, speak truth to authority. I will continue to ask the questions and even question the answers. I will continue to fight on behalf of the people, leaving no stone unturned and no turn unstoned. It's too late today to back down. That I want to assure you.
Thank you very much.
God bless you, Nigerians.
Once again,
continue to be good citizens, good ambassadors where you are. Many of you are doing us proud. And we are very proud of you people. We are very proud of you people. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thanks
sir.
for coming around. Thank you, sir. Have a
Thank you
good
for
night.
coming.
Okay.
Thank
God
you very
bless.
much, sir, Professor.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
Regard to the family, sir.
Bye, sir.
Akpaka Vigi Vigi. Good night, sir.
All right. Wow.
Why are you people just brown nosing, man? This is the problem with our country. The
What
guy
is
wouldn't
it?
even get rid of colonial headdress, for crying out loud.
Good night,
This
just
is
shut up your
Was
mouth.
that question?
just stop
Was
with
that,
that
was that
nonsense.
question? Was that question important now?
just quiet, please.
Nigeria, you
Pardon?
have to
See,
call
every
your
time
you have to call
just
your
to be causing
question.
confusion.
That question
I
was
don't
was
understand.
question.
You have to coin the
Which angle are you
question. This
looking
man,
See that? And you wonder
I
why
was
we
even
have
thinking you
problems.
are asking
Naija,
important questions.
you have to
Eh?
coin your question. Because I was
Because
trying
you
to ask a
need to get to
question.
the
I
to the
wasn't
bottom
putting
You
of
just
names.
how
forget
people
it. You
think.
So
are asking the
when
question that
Naija was putting names now, he
why
refused.
are you bringing such a question?
Uh,
What does that
you,
really
you,
concern
you
what
No,
we
know
are
why?
talking
Naija
about?
question is a
If you
good
want to hear the
question. It's a good
answer, if you want to
question.
hear the answer,
It's a
you wait
good
for the
question.
answer. The
Okay.
reason why I ask the question, you need to understand how people think
For now,
at
Why
their
they
please,
ask
at
the
their
question?
core.
everybody,
The
please,
people,
Naija,
hold
the
on,
people
guys,
we
hold
are
on,
regarding
talking
the
hold on,
about, they
question.
hold
still
on,
believe on the
hold
colonial
on,
master. They are still
hold
stealing
on now.
your resources and taking it to the
I
colonial
say,
master's
And
country.
he's one
So
of them.
you are
everybody, please, hold on.
Kuru temper.
Everybody, please, everybody, hold on. I have to mute everybody, please. CM, please handle the screen for now. I will join you guys in the next 5 minutes. CM, is that okay?
Okay, let me dictate the order of things. I won't be speaking. Give us our mandate after that, based on the screen. Give us our mandate. Then Nobi, 2 Niger, Emi TV, Aigbe 2023.
No, you are going the wrong way. You are going the wrong way. You are going
No,
the
it's
wrong
not
way.
wrong. Listen, it's not wrong way. I'm starting from my left to the right, so that is the way it
Just
appears
let
on
him
my
do it
screen.
the way he's comfortable with
So,
that, please.
no mind them. Go to court if you don't like. Go to court. So
I will go to court now. No problem.
now two Nigerians supposed to go to court. May go ask questions where we're concerning that week.
You see, to Niger, you
wait
just
one
wasted
moment.
my space. I left a space for
Please,
you, and you came here and
please,
wasted it. You didn't even ask a question that is relating to the discussion.
please, one moment. If you can, in this case, I believe all of us are matured. So let me read out the the order again. Give us a mandate. No, then no be number 2, 2 Niger 3, any TV 4, Aigbe 5, Victor 6, Chooks, Obiboeze 7, and then 8, God's power. In that order, just the way it appears. So, what do you make out of what can you say about what Ozekhome said? How has he helped the situation in Nigeria? Give us a mandate. Are you
Thank
there?
you very much, Mr. CM.
The guy from Texas.
Yeah, thank you for taking on the moderation now. Thank you so much.
Let me just say I think let us agree on 5 minutes with that.
Okay.
So that 5 minutes. So 5 after 11 now. Okay, carry on.
What more can we say? This is very, very excellent and interesting conversation. So, Dr. and Professor Mike Ozekhome, lawyer and son, coming here to speak just shows the level of dignity and then humility and the passion that he has for the people. That tells that all of these people, they know the truth. They also have, they were in Nigeria when this whole thing happened, and they know the truth. They know the difference between the technicality of the case and when you have amount of evidence to prove that this is just not right. He has a lot of words, a lot of things to say, but because it's an open platform, there are things that he will not want to mention or dive into. And Nigerians watching us tonight themselves, if they've lost hope, I think people should begin to pick back up their hope, because we have hope that the right thing will be done. And all of the hula baloo and all of the cries that APC and the wicked leaders are doing against the common man, even against the one that was elected, all of these things needs to stop. Mike Ozekhome said something which is very profound. And I think when I was making my comment in the first time I mentioned of that, if government is truly helping the people, why do you have to kill the people because you want to rule them? If government is truly helping the people, and I know that Tinubu, Remi, Gbajabiamila, Dele Alake, MC Oluomo, Sanwo-Olu, Festus Otokokeyamo, Fofood Fani Kayode, Ganduje, Shetima, Buhari, all of you are listening. This is what I took away from the statement, from the whole thing tonight. If government is truly helping the people, why do you people? Because you want to rule them. Literally, from what we heard, 88 people were killed during this past election. And I said that earlier. This is just simple transfer of power, electing the people that should rule us. And we have to go through this situation. Some even killed themselves. A 19-year-old boy killed himself in Jos because he felt that his hope is lost. Mahmoud Yakub, hopefully you are listening tonight. You see where you've put the country because of your selfish interest. And so Nigerians, there is hope. Let's not lose hope. If anyone should lose hope right now, it is Peter Obi. But he's not relenting. He keeps pushing. So regardless of where you are, please keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Americans will not kill his own citizens because they want to rule them. The UK government will not kill their own citizens. Why Nigeria? Because you want power? Because you want to rule the people? You have to divide them to rule them? That is not how life operates. And you can see humility in the voice and in the charisma, in the demeanor of Mike Ozekhome tonight. How we align his word. There are things that he would have said if we were together in a room, but he won't be able to say them on here.
A minute more.
So, my people, all I'm asking for us is let's keep hope alive.
Okay.
Let's
Thank you.
keep pushing. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobi, it's over to you. 11:10. Hello. Okay, it's like she's not available. Nobi, she's not available. Then 2 Niger, you take over at 10 past 11.
Thank you, CM. Yeah, see the reason why I asked that question, people don't understand because I heard him ask a question: why are we like this? Why are we having problem? And I was just notified that this man has been struggling for the oppressed in Nigeria since the 70s, and you wondered why we are still like that. Is he a success or a total failure? What we have now is a total failure, and you wonder why. He's asking the question why. Because somebody doesn't want to cut the apron strings of the colonizers that enslaved his own forefathers. He literally went on to argue for keeping it. Made a lot of examples to preserve something that even other nations have gotten rid of a long time ago. This is why our nation is not moving forward. They will ask themselves, I put earlier on in the comment, which is something I've seen, that 90% of Nigerians are technically traitors by foreign standard. 70% out of that 90 don't even know it at all. The rest actually consciously do it. People like him may not even know he is one of them. That are undermining the nation repeatedly because they sell out their mentality to foreigners. They don't think that, okay, let me put my nation first all the time. You have all the things that he is proud of, all the things he praises. You notice how he praising foreign capitals and all the rest, because we are the bottom, the backwater, where they are in heaven and we are on earth, and they travel overseas. You wonder why our leaders travel overseas. This is an example. Why? This is why they go to overseas to rest. They die in foreign hospital. That's why you have to ask some of these basic questions, because what's the use of saying, why don't you notice that our nation is underdefended? One of the most underdefended in the world. Why are we not like other nations, like Singapore, like China, like even Hong Kong? Name it, South Korea, name it. Even North African countries, all the North African countries are different from us. Because of this mentality. Because they don't see us as a free people. They don't see us like that. They see us as hooked to foreign powers. They don't even see us as a sovereign nation. And this is the problem. They might profess it with their own mouth, but in reality, they are not behaving like that. And that kind of mentality is why they fail repeatedly, because they refuse to do the hard work. He went on, I just said, he could have said, oh, maybe it's something we can look into later on, you know. Why are you spending time arguing about keeping a white man's this thing on your head?
But, can I ask question? Can I ask Mr.
No, hold on. Let him finish. Please let him finish so that we allocate time to that.
I agree with him when he said that a military regime is a bad idea, because I was in Nigeria then. He was jailed several times, and I saw all the stuff that was going on. You know, I was praising all these leaders. They are fighting for us. They are fighting for us. But how long will somebody fight for you before you know that maybe they are pretending for us? They are not actually winning. They are failing woefully. The needle is not moving. No power supply. Our life expectancy is about 53 years. There are countries that have been at war for 20 years. They have a higher life expectancy. What is wrong with our leaders? This is it. They fight for you, but they go to Western capitals all the time. They go and chill out. All of them. He does it. I can guarantee you he does it. So this is the problem with all of them. Wole Soyinka, the other day came back, he didn't even know, he said he didn't even read Nigerian newspaper for months. That is when he came to Nigeria, he checked it. When Nigeria was going, he knows Nigeria is going to election, but it was in foreign territory. IBB, foreign territory. This in the present so-called select, foreign territory. All of them.
A minute more.
How are we going to become free and actually govern for ourselves? It's not because we are not generating money. All our money is in Western capitals, and all our best mind, including myself, we have transported ourselves to Western capitals. What is the difference between now and during slavery? Tell me. The only difference is that before they used to buy us and force us. Now they put pressure at home and we flood foreign countries. What is the difference? The dynamics is exactly the same. He wouldn't even change the headdress.
Okay, your time is up now. So who
Thank
had a
you.
question?
I hope people understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, who wanted to ask a question?
Yeah, it's me that wanted to ask a question. Okay, I don't know. I'm kind of, I don't know, maybe other people understood what Tunaja is saying, but I'm kind of confused because we brought in Mike Ozekhome for us to ask Ozekhome, I'm so sorry. For us to ask some questions. I'm trying to avoid using some words so that that's not as if I'm being impolite to somebody. To ask questions that are pertinent to what we are currently going on at this moment that has to do with the just concluded election and the way forward from here. So I'm kind of confused what the wig of lawyers have to do with it. That is, I'm kind of confused. I don't know, maybe other people understood it, but I personally don't. Because I understand that, you know, like we can say, okay, situation of Nigeria have forced most of us to go out. We all know that. That is agitation. That is what we all are agitating.
Madam, go straight to your question, please, so that persons are waiting, please.
Well,
if you want to take over, take over. The last thing I want to do is to argue with anybody here. Mr. Igbe, if you want to take over, you can take over.
You said you want to ask, just go straight to your question so that we can see.
I wasn't asking the question to you. Can you please?
Please hold on. Please just hold on.
Thank you.
I hope Tunaja is listening.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, CM, for your time.
I want a very good job.
Pardon?
I say CM did a very good job. He was
He's
timing
always doing
everybody
that.
precisely.
He's always doing
There
a
was
very good job here.
Because he allows you to talk. That's why he's doing a very good
Did
job.
he
Yeah.
didn't give me
good
extra?
job at all.
He didn't give me extra
and
time. Oh. What are you talking
CM
No,
about?
didn't
no,
do a
It's,
good
but
job
what I
at
want to
all.
say, is that
Nigeria.
we shouldn't worry. Don't worry. We're going to pass the time round continuously. We are not going to end the show. Normally, we're supposed to end it in the next 20, 30 minutes, but don't worry. Everybody's going to have a time until we get tired. You know, if possible, to tomorrow morning, we are here. Don't worry. So let's take it one by one. Seeing back to you, but I'm here now.
Okay.
But back to you.
Yeah. So no, your question was to, because you wanted to ask a question to Nigeria, probably why he raised this
the question I wanted to ask was the relevance of that question based
question.
on what we're discussing at the moment, that is this moment momentarily. Everybody in Nigeria, every sensible person in Nigeria understands the problem of Nigeria. We know there's a lot of things in our country at this point in time. But my point is that with regards to this particular forum at this moment in time, with regards to Professor Ozekhome coming to this show, of what relevance is that question? That's just my question.
Okay. To Nigeria, can you address the question? Say in a minute anyway, so that we can go over.
Yes, I'll make it very brief.
You.
I see, because I believe that there are things that are more important than the basic. That's what we are currently doing. And besides, I believe that he's actually addressed some of my question regarding military and all the rest of it. But I wanted to go on issues so that I can understand how he thinks. Because this is a bigger. Because if he lives here now, if everybody asks him the same question, he's going to go and think about kids. But now he's going to be forced to think about, okay, what's going on with this head resting? I just spent publicly arguing for this stuff. Because sometimes our problem is deeper. It's within ourselves. And I believe that's why whenever I talk, I say it's for the people. I want to come here and ask deep questions about the way we approach life. Because look at all of us. We've transported ourselves to the West by ourselves. While other people are building their countries, we are abandoning our countries.
Can I
How does this
interject,
happen?
please?
No. Excuse me. No, it's
Can I
okay.
interject, please?
No, excuse me, so that we don't lose our trend where we are going.
We are not losing our trend. It's a point of correction. We should correct something.
Hold on. You see, it's somebody's opinion. When you are correcting, unless he said if today is Monday and Nigeria say it's Tuesday, you can correct that. That is a fact. But this is his opinion. Probably you integrate it when you want to say your own. It's not a question to him. Now, no, it should have been your turn because you were away. So we jumped you to Nigeria. Can we continue, or do you feel you have to still
just
have?
Hold on before you go back to her, seeing, please. I have Engineer Ken on the phone. I would have liked him to be on air, but it's on the phone. Engineer Ken, good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
Good evening, Mr. Nigeria Watch. I've been trying to call in, all day, but
yes,
the line has been so engaged.
Thank you.
How are you?
Yes, we are good. We are good.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you,
evening,
sir.
everyone. Yeah. Before I go further, I want to say hi to Mrs. Obi.
Hey, my brother, I hear your voice. God bless you.
Okay. Miss Obi, you remember me, right?
I know now.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. This is a public forum. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead with the question, please.
Engineer Ken is always like this.
Mr. Nigeria Watch, I've been online almost for the past 3 hours. I heard what everyone has been talking about and has been saying. I somewhat believe on what the vice president says. On the person of when he says that if they should swear in Bola Ahmed Tinubu, democracy would be in danger. Of which it is true in every sense. In every sense it is true, because the man makes a very vital point. So to me, I'm so ashamed to see these old cargos Nigerian politicians, the way they are fooling themselves, disgracing Nigeria in the presence of the whole world. It's so ashamed, and we have a president who called President Muhammadu Buhari that is in charge, is allowing this kind of a thing to happen, in this 21st century. And I believe that Obi mandate is going to be given back to him, in all costs, because that election was so open for the whole world to see. Even the blind can testify of that election. So saying this alone, hearing this, seeing it with my two naked eyes, watching every social media platform, I'm so ashamed to even identify myself as a Nigerian. Because I've never seen anywhere in the world that a thing like this has been done in just a daytime robbery. A daytime robbery, a man will stand in Times Square of America, pick up a gun and rob everybody and says, I did it with my face open. And at the end, the mayor of the mayor of New York will now come out and give him a handshake and clap for him. You did well. That is what we just witnessed in Nigeria as a country. So I believe what you guys have been saying all day, and I believe that God is going to hear our cry. God is going to hear a lot of the prayers of the Nigerians. Fight for a good governance about this election. Another thing that I want to say is this thing is bigger. What we are saying is bigger than Tinubu coming in as a president.
Engineer Ken, what was your take?
Their deal is this. They want to Islamize Nigeria. They want to change Nigeria to become a Muslim country. I strongly believe that is their mission.
Engineer Ken,
yes.
What was your take about Michael Ozekhome's questions, answers? Or you did not watch it?
Fantastic. Yes, of course. I watched in. I was there all through. I was there even though I took my family out for shopping, but I was on my phone all through. I was watching it. It will cause a fight between me and my wife, but it's okay. She loved me. She know that she know that this is Friday. Friday, I'm injected with the Nigerian watch on Friday. I'm either in the stage on the backstage. I'm there. She knows that very well. Michael Ozekhome spoke very well. That's a true Edo son that he knows that we are not afraid. We will say the way that it has to be said. Michael Ozekhome speak well as a man. He speak well as a father, and he also speak very well as a barrister. He defended why he has been called into the Nigerian Bar Association, and he acted very well. Everything that he said, they were all on point. They were all on point. So to me, I don't see why 60 lawyers or 100 lawyers is standing for this thing. But it's so obvious. It's so obvious.
Thank you.
And another thing that I have to say is this.
It's okay.
I want the Igbos should stand up and start developing their states.
Okay.
Forget about Lagos State.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Because of time, sir. Try to join the screen if you can. Okay, sir. Please.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So,
all right.
If you
CM, back to you.
If you want, it's in normal storm. If she's not there, then any TV can go. Hello, no, be not in normal. Sorry, no be. So what do you make of?
Yes, I was going to come to that. So
5 minutes starts now.
Okay, it's always refreshing to hear and to see that there are still some men of integrity, people who are ready to stand for the truth, people who are ready to stand for the who are ready to talk from good conscience in Nigeria. It's very refreshing to see that. And Michael Ozekhome happens to be one of those people that I respect a lot. Just like he said, it's too late for him to go back. But it's unfortunate there are still some people, even at his age, people who you see that, even while getting old, instead of them to begin to make amends from the mistakes of the past, that is okay, the things they've done in the past to make amends, you see them still fumbling and still, acting as if they still have like 20, 30 years ahead of them to live, or even 50 years ahead of them to live. It's very refreshing. The man, he shed a lot of light to very interesting topics and interesting things. And he, educated a lot of us. I want to believe that a lot of people that are listening to him must have gotten a lot of things that we do not know, or maybe things we do not have much clarity about concerning the whole thing, the situation of the whole of the thing. There was one question I would have wanted to even ask, but I don't know. I think somehow he touched it, but I would have loved him to elaborate on it a little bit. But then, having said all we said, the only thing we still have to say, just like he said, the law is taking its course. These are people who they respect the constitution. They're still going by the constitutional stipulations of the country. We still have to do what we have to do. I love every of his submission, and he made it very clear. This is where the law stands, and this is what we have to do. And there is nothing we can do at this point, if not to continue to pursue things the way they ought to go, and then keep faith and hope alive that things are going to change. Everybody's agitating for one thing or the other. Majority of us, we know what the problem of Nigeria is. We know what the situation of our country is. But the only thing we have to do is, at this point in time, when we listen to the voice of reasoning, like the one we just heard from this man, from Michael Ozekhome, we hold on to it, and then we continue to pursue what we are pursuing. With his final words, he said, let's keep doing what we need to do for the voice of the masses. The truth about it is that what we say, the voices that we air here, goes as far as we cannot even imagine it. So the world is hearing the Nigerians are hearing, and a lot of people are getting. I mean, this is what we need in order to keep the momentum moving. I like his submissions, and we trust that the likes of him, will go there on that day in that judiciary and make a difference and show the world that Nigerians still have people who have a little bit of an integrity, So, I mean, that's just all I have to say. We just keep it at that.
Can I ask you a quick question, since you asked me one?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, what was the most important thing that you can pick out from what he said today?
The most important thing I can pick out?
Yes, from all he said today.
I have a lot of things I picked out, but one of the things that I picked out from what he said is that, irrespective of what we think, irrespective of what we think, the law of the land has to take place. But the point is this: they're still going to make their case. Okay, maybe I will take an example from the question that I asked him about election fraud and how he can describe what happened in Nigeria. He goes to a very great extent to explain to us, making it very clear to whoever that is in doubt that what happened in Nigeria during this election is an election fraud, because everything that election fraud represents, everything that election fraud stipulates, we saw everything take place. We saw the beating, we saw the intimidation, we saw the stealing of ballot boxes, we saw everything take place. So at least that is very clear for people who are still in doubt. For people who ask you, what is the essence of the obedience? People saying that the election was fraudulent. At least he was able to explain it, that everything that happened during that election amounts to election fraud. And for that, we know that, the election, one can say that it is flawed and it is not something that was supposed to stand. But unfortunately, we have a society where things are not working. And this is one of the things that he said. Things are not working. It is very obvious. Even a little child says it. Things are not working. And that is why we see things play out where they played. And for the first time in history, that a presidential winner, so to say, was declared while people were still sleeping. So all these things shows you that there is something fundamentally wrong with the society that is called Nigeria. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Well, it's not
Thank you. I think she answered it.
Okay, well, in this type of answer, we don't score marks. So you see, there's nothing like pass or fail. So it's just that you just have to answer it. Any two TV, the TV chat, your 5 minutes starts now, 11:31.
Good evening again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. It was a very good interactive section, but there was.
Let's make it 3 minutes. Information just came to me now that I have to end this broadcast before that 6 p.m. The video we played earlier on, there's a copyright on it. This is why we don't play it. YouTube just alerted me now. That short video we played when the guy was speaking Yoruba to Tinubu, there's a copyright on it, and unfortunately, we cannot let this go far, but I'm going to create another broadcast in the next 15, 20 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so
I'll just talk for two minutes, then I'm gone.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to talk on the 1999 Constitution. You know, everybody says the Constitution is bad, the Constitution is this, but I think if we are all truthful to ourselves, the implementation, the Constitution might not be perfect, but the implementation or the way we use the Constitution is also part of the reason why I think things are really bad. Why? Because most of the states now are suppressing the local government. The Constitution does not say that. The governors have given themselves a kind of auto power that they are beginning to even question the federal. So I think apart from the Constitution being bad, there are two things that I notice. Most of us are, first of all, from the region we are first before thinking about being national. So because of that that is why we are beginning to have a lot of issue with the Constitution. That is all I have to say. Thank you. I appreciate.
Thank you. The next person is Aibe 2023. Any mute yourself, please. Thank you. If you can.
Thank you, Mr. CM. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me once again. You see, I will just go straight to the point that all that Ozekhomen have just said this evening, they are all perfect, you know. You see, sometimes I will not to blame people too much because everybody have a title to his own opinion. And secondly, everybody have his own, you know, way of thinking and his own perspective way of looking things. I don't really think, you see, celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ is something that all Christians come together to put it on the 25th of December, and which the day was not that day. So if everybody come together to be doing one things, for example, I believe that the majority that win the vote. So Ozekhome, first and foremost, when he starts talking, he starts from the concern of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Listen, every developed country or developed nation, it is the power of the Constitution that makes it countries to develop. For example, if a constitution is made to favor the citizens, you will see the citizens, the things will be going well. You see, this man, this senior son, Ozekhome and Femi Falana, these are the two Nigerian advocates, I'm starting to be corrected, that I have seen in Nigeria that's always talking about the Constitution of Nigeria. That the Constitution is fraud. The Constitution is both the one that they amended, both one the military, you know, the one of 1960 and the one of 1999. All of them are in the favor of the politicians, the favor of the military, and the 1999 was in the favor of the politicians. Imagine a constitution that said that when a politician steals money and when he's facing court, when he's in the front of when his case has been taken to court, if he has a health problem, he will first and foremost go and cure this problem first. The health challenge before they will look over that issue. And that makes people like Dino Milaisi on the feet today. That makes people like Jury Pondi are still going scot-free. Many of our Nigerian politicians are still going scot-free today because of the foreign constitution. So this man have explained 100%. When the first question they ask him, he goes straight to the constitution, the problem that is holding Nigeria back. And some people are coming to ask him about the question of wig. What does wig concern the brain or the person that's sitting down that want to give judgment to cases? Is the will cover
cover the brain of the judge, or the wig cover the brain of the right taking of the lawyer, or what the lawyer have studied.
All right, thank you.
So the issue, the man have dealt with it, and which is our constitution. And I hope and I believe that one day we can have a president who will look under the constitution and have made it to disallow the federal power and give it to the local government, because every development countries today, all are from the powers are from the local government, because everybody start from the local government. Thank you. As I hear the floor back to you. Thank you. God bless you this evening.
Thank you very much. All right. Let us just work with this time, if possible. Let me see. CM, who else? Victor just finished talking now.
There are two Victor. Okay, there's BV Victor. There's another Victor here. Which one? Who came first? I think it's BV Victor that came first.
Victor. That was why I was telling you that you were going the wrong way.
There's nothing like wrong way. Let's just.
I didn't
go.
Have
time, sir. Just keep.
It's an Naija watch
now.
It's an Naija watch.
Who is talking now?
It's BV Victor that is talking.
Okay, go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
It's an Naija watch. I think everybody have right. We should talk about right now.
No, there's nothing like wrong way when I give part.
I'm trying to correct him. The way you were going before was different.
No, but I say, listen, you are stressing this thing. I give a platform. I take him. Just follow.
Okay, let that one be bygone. Let that be bygone. Let that be bygone.
Go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Ozekhome spoke very, very well, and he spoke in line with what we have in the Constitution, because he's a constitutional lawyer, and he's a master and a professor in it. And I believe we should always confine ourselves to the kind of environment we are, and we should not come to a place where we know that this is what we are confined, we are directed to follow this process, and we come in as a superstar and ask something that is not even in the whole thing of, it's not even the subject of matter. I don't know if you people noticed it. It's always occurring here. If we are speaking on a subject, this is a constitutional lawyer, for Christ's sake. We need to dig into the constitutional deficiency of what we are seeing that is happening in Nigeria. We don't need to bring up something that is the fundamental right of the lawyers. So I don't care about that one. We should speak on Nigeria. If we got to go on the fundamental is the Constitution. What hold the country down is the Constitution. I expected Nigeria to act on the Constitution, but not to bring a matter of wig. That is another matter for another day. We should not bring that into this. That is diversionary. We should not bring it into it. We should speak according to the ethics of what we are here for. I love when people are being led by the ethics, not when you come here trying to be. If I have to be a superstar here, I know how to do it. I know how to con it. But you don't come here. It provokes me.
They call you. I don't know if you are
professor or whatever. This man was kidnapped. This man was kidnapped. He started a movement in Nigeria, which we guided us and we followed him while we were in Nigeria. And he was kidnapped, he was arrested, been in jail, and you come up to ask him such a question. You should respect this man as a person. He has gone through a lot. Look at all the leaders we have. Look at how they are derailing. This man is 65 years or thereabout, and he's still holding his ground on what's happening here. He's a constitutional professor. You should respect that. He has not deviated. We shouldn't ask him about wig or what. Those are childish things. It's childish to me. It's childish, and it provoked me as a person.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
It's okay. For me, I was not happy with that question because it was total diversion. Doesn't make any sense to me at all.
It wouldn't at this moment. The reason why I asked it was because of what I've heard him say. He kept, he asked the question.
There's no need.
Why are we like this?
Explain. It's okay. We don't have the time. You don't have the time. Next time.
And you said, why did I say that? Whatever. Yes, I don't know how to address him because everybody likes to go on, Your Excellency, your this, your that, your that.
He's a professor.
I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know. You see, that's the problem. I was struggling to find out who he was. I don't know him, but I know I've seen him on TV before.
Okay, that's fine. It's possible. Okay, let's move on. CM, who is the next person?
After B Victor, it should be God's power. God's
Okay,
power.
God's power, please. Use the 3
God's
minutes
power
to
young.
propose.
He wears Barcelona shirt like me.
Unmute yourself,
Good.
God's power, please. Your network is always unfriendly.
Yeah, are you sure you haven't missed me?
Chooks Obibueze, where were you now?
I'm in
Okay, let God's
Barcelona.
power go ahead, sir. We don't have
Even though they
time
wiped
now.
us yesterday.
God's power, we can't hear you.
Well, first of all, yeah. First of all, can you hear me now?
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you to everybody, the lover of truth. I don't want to talk much. Like they said, show me your friend. I will tell you who you are. Immediately said is a friend to immediately professor. These are the ones that we should call professors. These are the ones that we should call our son. These are the ones that we should call barristers of integrity that they can defend their certificate, what they are holding, not those ones that they drop for a piece of meat. That man spotted it. I know him very well. He's an activist. He has been fighting for human rights for long. So I'm so glad and I'm so overwhelmed for me to join the broadcast, to be on live with him. Only that one is give me joy because he hasn't moved away from what he stands for. And I keep praying that God should continue to be expanding such kind of people because they used to make a popular statement that all liars are liars, all lawyers are liars. But I stood my ground that not all of them. Some are distinct, just like they said, all policemen are receiver of bribe on the roads or whatever. But I know there's still some ones that stood their ground to have a good integrity. He spotted it all, and he said a lot of things concerning our judiciary. And one thing I noticed about him is a reflection of this Professor Olisa Abakuba. They are just like bird of the same feather. They spot everything all. And one thing that all Nigerians should be asking themselves that we all know the truth that these people cannot offer us anything, and yet you will not see somebody that will still be dangly, that will be going up and down. The one that even pay me pass is people that come to overs, that see development, that see everything, that that these people have been making their overs as their bed of rose. Let's assume the foreign country that all of them run to come and take medication and vacation did not make their house in order. Would they be proud to come there? This thing should be a shame of them. Sometimes when I see the way they travel, they troop out to go on medical trip, whether vacation, whatever. I always be ashamed of them. Like they said something, a madman does not have a shame. It's only the family of mad people that always gets ashamed. Okay, imagine all of them. Wale showing all of them. They know that the system is failed. That is all of them go on Ezra and go and run and hide here. Imagine these are the people that they are claiming that they are fighting for a democracy. But you see all of them, they know within their heart, within their mind, that they don't stand to have a good quality or a good what is it called? An integrity. That is why they give up. They only come and be used because of a pen, a penny. Sometimes I imagine myself when I see what professors stand for. A professor are kind of people that they lead people into a right direction. Just like I say, Professor Plum Bloomberg. Look at that man. Look at when he talks, when they invite him. He said it the way he is. He doesn't even care whether, and look at Melama of South Africa. Look, some of the professors, the ones that claim that they are professors, the ones that that claim they are lawyers, they stand for the right. But look at what we have in Nigerians. Most of them are still defending. You see somebody who come and defend a coup, a drug baron, and you call yourself to be a lawyer. Shame onto all of them. Are you there?
Okay, I think the last person who is okay, Obibueze, I thought you spoken. Chooks Obibu. Okay, it's not here.
No, I haven't.
CM.
Okay, yeah. Chooks is the final person now.
But do you think we can work with this time? I have 15 minutes. I've created another one.
Yes, we can. 5 minutes should be enough for Chooks. 3 to 5 minutes, then we move.
Mr. Shoes, please use 2 minutes. then yes, because
Yeah.
I need time to round up. I will have Engineer K here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Elvis. CM, thank you. I think you
Thank
are
you.
enjoying this job. Yeah, Mr. Elvis, thank you once again for making it possible for us, to speak to one of the great Nigerians. He spoke well. I remember the day you played the video where he talked about the guy that went naked, and the human form in him, showed on that day. And I remember everybody, spoke on it, and we prayed for him. And I will continue to pray for him, to give him life, give him health. We all had him today. He promised to continue that fight. He will never stop. Yes, that's the kind of thing, he came here to tell us. Give us that hope that one day Nigeria will be great. And we can see it. His final word is he advised whoever that emerges to look into the constitution, because that is the problem we have. Everybody knows the problem, but the will to solve it is what is not there. To Nigeria, you asked the question, what did we
don't
what
have
did
time
we
for that. Oh.
no, I'm not going there. You asked the question, what was the most important thing we take out of his statement? And that is a good question. The most important thing I took out of his statement is he made us to understand that whatever happened, that place, the seat of Aso Rock will not be vacant. And he preferred democratic way. And I think that resonates with everybody right now. So we will continue our fight. It doesn't matter what happened. And like he said, those judges, they are human beings. They all have families. They all live there. So with this, I hope the right thing must be done. Thank you. I yield here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have Engineer Ken. Engineer Ken, please use 2 minutes to talk to us. We are rounding up now. I don't want us to continue with the second broadcast.
Yes, Mr. George.
Thank you, sir. Are you available to speak? There's some noise coming from you, sir.
Yeah, I just left the living room now, so I'm available.
Okay, go ahead. 2 minutes, sir. Only 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, my 2 minutes is this. I don't like what CM said. CM.
Yes, please.
Yeah, when I was talking, I was agreeing with Sobi. Nigeria was just trying to like talk to me, tell me like I don't have enough time. I heard you utter one word that Engineer Ken is always like this. What do you mean by that?
No.
He was playing.
He
was joking. I listen to what you said. You said Engineer Ken is always like this.
Yeah.
So what do you mean by that, CM?
What I mean, it was a joke. I just wanted you to.
No, you don't joke like that. You don't joke like that.
I'm sorry. I withdraw it.
It's okay. Say sorry. It's okay.
I do.
Say sorry
I do
now.
apologize.
Please don't stop this.
Engineer Ken, I do apologize.
Say sorry. Please, let's move on. Please.
I do apologize. Find it in your heart to forget it, please. That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. It wasn't meant to be.
It's done. It's done already. Please.
Malignant. Sorry,
all right.
Engineer Ken.
For me, I see that as a joke. Once somebody says sorry, we just move on. I don't know why we have to create problem from
if a joke.
Exactly. Me myself, everybody see that thing as a joke. Now, I don't understand sometimes.
I'm sorry,
we are lovely people. We are not a camp of enemies. We love our
came because of that.
Engineer Ken, don't take it to heart. I was just joking.
Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. We need to round up right now. I want to thank every one of you that exercise patience for us to have our Senior Advocate, Chief Professor Mike Ozekhome here today. Appreciate you all. Now, God will bless you now. Thank you so much, all my panelists. For those of you who will not pass your question, I beg no verse. You understand the guy in try, spending that he spent almost 2 hours here, he never planned to do that though. But thank you very much. I appreciate every one of you. May God bless you all. And for those of you that super chatted us,
Nigeria Watch have been left behind though. I've not spoken
sir,
a single word.
I'm so sorry. We'll do that next time, sir. We don't have time anymore. Please understand.
I did not speak a single word throughout
Who is
the whole
talking?
session.
Who is talking?
Victor.
Oh, okay. Oh, Mr. Victor, so sorry. So sorry. I didn't notice they didn't call you at all. Oh, but I don't worry. I'll give you 2 minutes to talk to us. Just hold on. All right. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much. We'll have a poll here. I don't really want to continue with the second broadcast. If not, I would have continued, but I'm tired. I can't lie to anybody. So continue with the second broadcast now might affect us. So let appreciate every one of you. Please, you guys that shared, thank you. You guys that like the broadcast as well. I appreciate you all. Please press the like button before you go. I really appreciate every one of you that have already liked. And for those of you that super chatted us, we want to say thank you so much. Now God bless you now. We really do appreciate this as well. Let me quickly see if I can mention this. Prophet, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Lady Eugenia, thank you. Janet, Bella, Naomi, Ed Talk Supplement, thank you. Appreciate you all. Jaja, thank you so much. Amadatu Sabi, Sam Gilmed, Dr. Alexander Gomez, thank you very much, my good people. Appreciate you all. Coach, we see you right there. Thank you so much. May God bless you all. I want to be Ferdinand. Thank you, my people. And yes, the poll. As for the poll, remember we bring out a poll every day. Yes, this is the poll for today. It's the same question, but I just like to carry everybody along. This is the let me put it on the screen anyway. Just give me, yeah, that is it right there. We got 1,050 votes today. What will happen in May 29 and what will be the court's decision? 79% said the decision will be Peter Obi's favor, and 10% for Tinubu, 7% Italian government taking over, and fresh election will be conducted for 4%. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Let me quickly go back to Mr. Victor. 1 minute. Just talk to us to 1 minute. We are closing now. We're working with time. So sorry.
Okay, I'll try to be very quick.
1 minute, sir.
Yeah, I'll try to be very quick. Someone asked Professor Ozekhome what his opinion was on Wole Soyinka's remarks, and he deliberately did not answer that question, and I understand why. But the reason I want to say that is because he has already answered the question. If you look at what he said when he was mentioning that you have to win 2/3, which is 24 states, and FCT, he even went further to explain that, look, if you want to gain admission to university, and they say you must have mathematics, you need 5 credits from different subjects and mathematics. That means if you have 10 credits even and you don't have that mathematics, that you will have to go and receive the exam again. And then Nneobi's question to him as well, asking him what.
Okay, Mr. Victor. Yes, I did not look at the comment section. I can see more people in the likes of Madarita, Pansat, and many others right there. They want us to create another broadcast so that I will not rush you. So let me give you a link now. Join the new broadcast. Let's end this one so that you guys can have the opportunity to speak. Just stay there. I'm going to post a link for everyone here. Then I'll now put it on a public space so that Mr. Pansat and Madarita to come in. We can move on. Just hold on. The broadcast have been created. I never wanted to do it, but my attention was drawn to that people in the comment section were responding to my own and others. I not see them at all. See this our work. It's not very, very easy. Please, everyone, just hold on. Hold on, sir. Just hold on, please. Hold on, sir, please. Hold on. Because I'm multitasking, a lot to do. Okay, I've posted the link on the private chat. You guys join the new broadcast now.
Exactly. Naija what, but you must know that now Americans they wake up for sleep. So
no problem. Anywhere where we tire, we'll move on. Sir, hold on. We don't have time for this. Just pause, sir. You can say anything. Hold on, please, everybody, please. You can say whatever you want to say from the other broadcast, please. Click on it, join that broadcast. I want to put it on the public. If you're not wait there, you're not quick click on. I want to put it on the public as well, so that people there can come in. Let me put it on the public space. Click on it. CM, I bet click on them and join as well. It's very, very important. 1 minute, my people.
I don't join. I don't join.
Okay.
I did backstage now for
all
that
right.
one.
The link have been posted on the public space. Please, guys, you guys use that. Thank you. Let me end this one right away, and then let's start the new one so that we can have enough time to talk. Now, God bless all of that. Thank you, my people. 1 minute. Oh God, I'm trying to do this. This is everywhere to type. Okay, yeah.